Hello, everyone. How are you? Happy Monday, or happy early Tuesday could potentially be for you. Let us know in the comments what you're doing. If you are participating in TBRathon, firstly, thank you so much. If you're not, that's totally fine. You are more than welcome to use this space for productivity, reading, doing anything else, participating in a different readathon if you're doing that. And let us know just what you're up to. I have a lovely guest with me this evening, Neva from Reading with Neva. Yes. She also happens to be our captain, our leader of Team TLC for next month in February for Battle of the Girl Bands. So this is kind of an impromptu, unintentional team meeting. Although we are missing Nicole from Dusty Book Sniffers. She may show up in the comments, but then Team TLC is in full force. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Tonight, I should be working on my book chain because I've got 2 books that I still have to read to complete that. One of them is The September House by Carissa Orlando, but I only have the audiobook and I want to be cleaning or doing chores or going for walks while I'm working on that. So instead, I'm just going to cozy up and continue reading Tana French's In the Woods. I'm a couple of days behind. I think my buddy read we were supposed to finish on Sunday, but suddenly the weekend went by and I wasn't done. And I'm like, well, here we are. So I'm finishing that today, or going to be getting a good amount of it. I have about 100 pages to go and I have the audio. I've been immersive reading it, but I'm literally just going to be cozying up in the first sprint, reading this and probably making myself a decaf coffee. But let's see, what is Neva doing? I know that you have a buddy read with Brittany, who has also showed up in the comments. So tell us about that.
So we're reading Icebreaker. I know nothing about this book other than it's a hockey romance. I know that. And I know that we've been duly threatened by Kelsey and Rainey both that if we like this book, we're kicked out of the besties. So I was like, if this ends the friendship, it was nice knowing y'all.
Yeah. It's usually the other way around where they're like, if you hate this,
Yeah,
blah, blah, but they both didn't like this book.
they did not like this book. So Rainey gave it 1 star and Kelsey gave it 2.
Oh my gosh.
And Brittany has been texting me throughout the day because I sleep during the day. For anyone who doesn't know, I work nights. So I told her, I said, I'm not gonna be able to start this till I get up. Especially because I did something to pull a back muscle this last week.
Mm.
So I've been trying to get as much sleep as possible. So I was like, I'm gonna start this on Sprints with Leandra tonight. So I'm gonna be starting it. She said that it's been a fun time so far. So
Okay.
I have high hopes. I feel like I'm gonna be of any of us, I'll be probably the one that gives it the highest rating, I feel like.
Yeah. I feel like that is also on par for
Because
your reads. Yeah.
here's the thing, when it comes to romances, especially hockey
Mm-hmm.
romance or sports romance in general, I tend to be the friend in the friend group who reads them simply Ari, no ma'am. Who reads them simply for vibes. I don't necessarily go into it's kind of like holiday romances.
Mm-hmm.
You know? A lot of people did
Yeah.
not enjoy Pucking Around. I loved that book. Brooklyn did not like it. Katie did not like it. I gave that sucker 4.75 stars. So,
Mm. Yeah, I was gonna say for you, romances are vibe. It's very
yeah.
much you're like, I'm in for it. I'll accept whatever's happening and just have a good time. And yeah, so I agree. I feel like out of anyone, you if someone in the group is gonna really like it, it would be you. Yep. Yeah.
It's gonna be me. So, if I've been kicked out, I guess that Nicole and I will just have to make our own group. It's fine.
Yeah. So suddenly you've seceded from the group
I'll be
and
ousted. It's okay.
warring factions. I'm sure it'll be okay. And it's always really funny between the 4 of you because you all have you've got some reads that you are similar in, but a lot of times all 4 of you have different preferences, and so it's
Or
interesting how you read books together.
the 4 of us almost never all agree on a book.
Mhm.
So, Kelsey and Rainey and I did a buddy read of Never by Jess Haley.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, she is real dramatic. Um, okay. Rainey has not started it because she's reading Magnolia Parks, the 3rd one.
Mhm.
and she didn't want to read both at the same time. I know, right, Brittany? But Kelsey and I both DNF'd it, which doesn't usually happen. Like, usually Kelsey and I will kind of be like, we'll be like on the same page, but maybe not the same rating. If that makes sense. Like she and I rated the second Beartown book. We rated it differently. She rated it lower than I did, which like is fine. Me and Brittany with romance can usually can be pretty like on par. Me and Rain was like a toss up. It's like throw a coin up in the air and see where it lands.
Yeah, like we'll figure it out once we start it. Yeah.
For the four of us to all like 5-star a book.
Oh my gosh, what a book that will be if that happens. Yeah.
Because Kelsey, Rainey, and I all really liked Magnolia Parks. Brittany did not.
No, she did not. Yeah. On that note, oops. We'll get through some of these comments. Hello, Kiwi. How are you? Am I too early? No, of course not. You just were as excited as we were. I've spent the morning trying to figure out how to do a Piranesi review without spoiling it. Very hard. Finishing Starling House today. 80 pages to go. I've heard great things about Starling House and also like some where people felt as though maybe it was too hyped, they got too excited about it. And also I wish you luck with your review of that book. I continue to be unable to say any thoughts about whether I want to read it, whether I have read it, or anything in between, because Rainey is doing it for her booktuber taste test, and so I can't tell you all if I'm hoping to read it, if I hated it, if I loved it, anything like that. Using Starling House for book with a character name on the cover, doing the bingo board. Ooh, so is Starling a character name? Interesting. Hello, Danny. How are you? I know that you've been snuggling up with your cat Andy today, which is great. A sprint with Leandra and Neva is always fun. Yes, it is, Abrina. Hello, welcome. They are such different people. We are, and yet, look at us. Look at us now.
I think it's gonna be so fun for you, me, and Nicole to all be on Team TLC. Because I feel like Nicole is like the neutral person. Yeah. And then Leandra and I are just like, we're friends and like we're besties, but we're just like on different. We read very different.
Yeah, but we like also feed off of each other where things can get crazy, and that's where we're gonna need Nicole, especially like when the three of us are ever on sprints together. Nicole can be like, okay, well now we're gonna go into a sprint because you and I will just keep going through the comments, and we'll be like, we can't read until we've gotten through them, and I feel like among us,
yeah, Nicole's definitely the one that's like, okay, well we've read 25 comments, so let's do another sprint. We'll get to the bottom at some point, and I'm like, no, we have to keep going.
No, like they keep going. We have to keep going with them. It's there's no way. Yeah. So thank you for Nicole to be here. Hello, Laura. How are you? I still need to watch. Laura featured me in a recent video, and I've been meaning to watch it. She is reading some books that I've recommended, and I'm so excited to watch it. So if everyone else who's interested can go support her, that'd be great. Hello, Purple Dragonfly. Yes, hit the like button. Thank you, Abrina. We do appreciate it. It helps people know that we're alive and things are happening and you're having a good time. Because if you don't like it, maybe we aren't sure if you are. Hello, Taylor. Just started Say You Swear. Ooh. Interesting. 26 pages into After the Forest for part 1 of the trail map. Oh my goodness. Sounds good. That also sounds like a really interesting title. Reading my book for the cryptid sighting on the map, mythic creatures, and maybe listening to Murderbot number 3 and chores in a bit. I want to read that series. I've been meaning to, but I feel like because they're so short, I know I'm going to want to binge it. And so I'm holding off on it. But since you're on book 3, I'm assuming you're enjoying it. I love the checklist, start screen. Oh, thanks, Jamie. Yeah, I was like, might as well throw in like a little intro video because a lot of people were doing that, and I know that it's quite smart and allows for those who potentially have an ad at the beginning. If they do, they won't miss out on our beginning hellos. And so I threw that in, and I was like, well, I don't want you to just be staring at my face. I feel like I need to be doing something. And so I'm like, you know what? I'll do a checklist. Make sure, do you've got your water nearby? Do you have a snack? If not, this is the time I suppose to go get it.
I feel like I'm the last one to make one of these little timer things. I need to make one. I think I'm gonna do that while I'm I don't know how to do it. I'm gonna figure it out.
You know what? I did it on Canva and it was really easy. So maybe you can use Canva for it. I don't
Okay.
know what like
Yeah,
Bree or anyone else has done.
I use Canva for everything because Canva is life, to be honest.
It really is. Like that's how I for all the worksheets, I did Canva for all the worksheets I did for the like thumbnail for any sprints that are happening. The screen behind us right now, all of it is Canva. Like it
Yeah,
is
like
amazing.
yeah, all of my StreamYard backgrounds, all of my thumbnails, any of the little like the new like mini reviews that I'm doing now where it's like the book cover and then I have like the little arrows going everywhere with little tropes
Yeah.
or whatever.
Mhm.
That was all on Canva.
Yeah, it's amazing. And you can genuinely use it for free. Like there are some pro options, like, subscriptions, but like you can also use it for free for those in the
Yes, you can.
comments who are like wondering about Canva. Feel free, make an account for free, try things out and see if you like it because that's fine. Hello, Nikki. Thanks for hanging out with us. Shani's here too. Hello. Reading Finale by Stephanie Garber. Hello, Shannon. Will Leandra be joining a Reading with Neva After Dark sprint? I mean, one of these days I might. At the moment, I'm trying to keep my sleep schedule as consistent as possible, and it's not going well, but I'm still putting a good fight. So we'll see. I mean, that's why we're really like doing a 7 p.m. sprint time for us in the Eastern Standard Time, because this is later than I usually do. But I'm like, I'm gonna be up anyway, so here we are. So you see me inching. I'm slowly working.
Leandra is always welcome on a Reading with Neva After Dark sprint. I mean, last week's, if y'all go watch that from Saturday, we did 1 hour sprint. The rest of it was just us talking. And I know, and I had to change the name of it to Unhinged Podcast Episode 1 because it just got real. It was me, Coda, and Nicole, and it just got really
Just chatting.
just downhill. I'm not really sure what was going on, but it was a fun time.
Yeah, no, I mean, then later on in my sprints on Saturday, people were talking about it being like, you should go watch it. And I was like, oh my gosh, that does sound like a good time. Sounds like a feature-length movie.
It definitely was. And I posted like a pinned post after like for the replay that's like, if you watch the replay, let me know, because the replay is gold, to be honest.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I need to, because I've heard that there's been some unhinged things that happened. Doing the bingo board and reading Stargazing for Beginners. For the prompt, a book with 200 pages or less. Ooh, I'm consistently looking for shorter books because it seems as though with every passing year I want a shorter and shorter book. So that sounds very interesting. Stargazing for Beginners. Yes, Brittany is reading Icebreaker. Woohoo! I'm glad that you're liking it so far, though, Brittany. You're gonna have to like keep us updated if that changes. Greetings and happy Monday. Happy Monday to you. I'll be reading The Great Hunt by Robert Jordan, and I'm hoping to make as much progress into this book as possible. Well, you and me both. We will. I promise you that. Like, this is going to be chill. Monday night sprints. We'll be doing hour long. I'm assuming that's what I'm feeling. Let me know in the comments if you are totally against that, just to make sure that we get stuff done. Hello, Julie. I finished my trail map, so I'm trying Spy Family Volume 1. Ooh, I hope you like it, Julie. It's just really fun. I honestly, recently in my last library haul, I think you probably saw it because it was in my blog. I ended up getting volumes 7 through 9 because I'm having a good time with the series. Just got from work. Awesome stuff. We'll be eating dinner and then finishing the last 200 pages of Kingdom of Ash tonight. Yes, you will. You can do it. I don't know if I'll be joining the pod. Maybe one of these nights, but definitely not during TBRathon, aka with Neva After
So
Dark.
pod is the title of the book.
Oh,
We're not reading it
I
until
I
sometime
know what book
after
you're talking about.
September because we're waiting because we got to wait for Coda. He's doing his challenge. So we're waiting for. He wants to wait till his challenge is over because otherwise pod won't count toward the challenge.
Yeah.
So we're doing it sometime in September, but the book is called Pod.
Yeah, you know what? As soon as I as soon as you started talking about it being a buddy read, I didn't even read that part of, or like register that part of Shannon's question. So sorry, Shannon. I was in the comments when you guys were talking about this book, I think, or I think I had just joined and I left before you guys got to this question in your sprints the other day.
Yeah.
And I'm not against the idea. I think I'd have to look into the book a bit more because it also seems a bit weird. I'll be reading and listening to Distance by Luna Mason. Awesome. Good morning, lovelies. Good morning to you too, Nicole. Hello. We've been talking about you just a little bit. A fellow TLC co-host. Hello, Sadia. How are you? Hello, Bethany. I will be reading / listening to Sweet Bean Paste by Durian Sukagawa. Ooh, is it? I don't even know. Is this like contemporary literary fiction? Maybe like it sounds very interesting.
Manga, maybe?
Yeah, it could be manga, or even like yeah, let us know because that does sound really interesting. Hello, Sarah. I started Bookshops and Bone Dust today for the cottagecore prompt on the map, but I will be working on my House of Sky and Breath pages this evening. Awesome. Hello, how are you? You're reading Rhapsodic. Ooh, I feel like I've seen that a few times this month. Hello, Carrie. I'll be reading Foxglove King tonight. We've got Christina here too. Hope everyone is well. We are doing well. Reading Eye of the World by Robert Jordan tonight, and about to have some baked potatoes with chili and cheese for dinner. That sounds amazing. I already had my dinner. I had like udon noodles with like chickpeas and veggies, and oh my goodness, it was delicious. Sharing this perfect way to end a Monday with the like button. Thanks, Christina. And also thanks for the compliment. I'm glad that you think this is the perfect way to end your Monday. We'll hang with y'all for our evening routine and looking forward to reading once kids are in bed. Yes, Bethany, I feel like I always start when it's time for you to put your kids to bed and you're always like wrangling them and doing everything. So happy to be here with you. I didn't like Icebreaker either, says Nicole. I just remember it blowing up. So that's so interesting that so many people don't like it. Reading Red Rising currently. Awesome. Sadly, my snow days streak has come to an end and will be going back to work tomorrow. It was nice to have 5 bonus days to be home doing all the cozy things. Yeah, honestly, especially when you're like, I've got nothing to do. I'm happy to just stay home. It really is like the perfect timing. I'm excited to read Icebreaker. So Taylor's excited to be reading it. That's awesome. Hello, how are you, Anne? I'll be reading Those People by Louise Candlish. I'm on page 290 of 355. Oh my gosh, you're almost done with it. You only have about like 65 pages if my math brain is working. So, oh, awesome. Yeah, the best. I already saw this comment. This will be good while it lasted. Reading The Perfect Girlfriend by Karen Hamilton. Cool, Kelly. Hello, Nicole. I'm reading R is for Rocket by Ray Bradbury. Ooh, I actually haven't read anything by Ray Bradbury. I've been meaning to, though. Oh, yes, I have. I've read Fahrenheit 451. I've read one book by him. I'll be making dinner and reading Voyage of the Basilisk in the first sprint. Sounds good, Danny. How does that forest tour book? Did you finish it? Let us know. Hello, Paula. On your last sprint. Okay, awesome. I was wondering if we were going to be overlapping. Paula sprints every Monday. And of course, during TBRathon, I'm sprinting on Mondays. And I'm like, here I am obstructing people's normal viewing timelines. So people could go hang out with Paula or go subscribe to her, especially if you want Mondays for reading. That'll be perfect. But had to drop in and hit the like button. Thanks, Paula, so much. And also enjoy your last sprint. Reading Emma tonight. Awesome, Beth. How are you liking it? Are you having a good time? Is it a reread? I can't remember if I asked you that the last time when you were reading it on Saturday. Hello, Father. This is my dad reading The Majors. Yeah, just so everyone knows, there's a reason why he's saying hello, daughter. That's me. Yeah, he's juggling a couple books actually, which is very unlike him. And this one, The Majors, is about golf because he's a big golfer. Awesome. I related Icebreaker. Oh, you gave Icebreaker 3
I think
stars.
she's rated.
Oh yeah, that makes sense too. I like just took it off and said gave, and I didn't even think that it probably meant was rated. So anyway, thank you. I mean, it wasn't super bad. It just wasn't for me, so I gave it a fair rating. I think sports romances might not be for me. Yeah, that's fair. I think even in Get a Clue, I remember we had like the sports prompt, and that was
Yeah.
the hardest one for me because even mystery wise, because I typically read mysteries, I was like, I don't have anything on my shelves that have anything to do with sports.
I feel
Yeah.
like sports romances are their own category for a reason. Because a lot of them are like could be also categorized as like smut or contemporary or whatever. But I feel like they're their own. All right, stop. I feel like they're their own category because they're not for everybody.
Yeah.
Because I've definitely read sports romance that I didn't like, but then I read an almost 800-page sports romance. Fucking around, I'm looking at you, and I loved that book.
Yeah, so it's just I have read a couple of sports romances that I like, but I never think to grab them myself. Like it's always a bit surprising. Who has the Forest app? If you have it, do you want me to create a room?
So, Nicole, are you talking about Forest, which is $3.99, or Flora, which is free? Because you can also create rooms in Flora. I have Flora. So this is like a Pomodoro app where you plant a seed and you grow a tree.
Oh, that
But
sounds
like if
lovely.
you leave the app while you're in like your Pomodoro, now like I have mine set so that I can access certain apps. So like I can no social media, but I can access like Storygraph, Audible, like things that I would use while in like a Pomodoro setting. But if I was to like leave the app and then like open say like Instagram, it would kill your tree. It's to help you focus.
Interesting. I was like, I didn't even know that. That's actually, I
Yeah.
mean, that's really beneficial, especially because nowadays I think it's harder and harder for us to like focus. So, I might have to look into this app just because it's intriguing. Hello, Alicia. I am just joining. Finished dinner, chicken fried rice, yum, and trying to finish up City of Bones currently. Oh my gosh, another person who is under the 100-page mark. Yes, Alicia, you could do it. I saw this comment, Sophia. Oh my gosh, you met Beatrice in the real life? That is crazy. Honestly, this just goes to show you how amazing BookTube, reading sprints can bring people together. I'm so glad that both of you live so close to each other that you can meet up. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you, Sophia. I hope that you get to see each other more and more frequently, especially because I'm sure it's kind of hard to like find people because with reading sprints, we're all over the world, let alone in like different countries and everything else. It is so exciting. That's made my day. Hello, Anna. I'm reading The Inheritance Games. Awesome. Hello, Ms. JT. How are you? Just about to start Messalina for the We Love Jennifer readathon. Oh my goodness. In tribute to Jennifer Brooks. I didn't even know that readathon was happening. Yes, of course. I'm so happy to give you a shout out. Thank you for like being interested in the books I'm reading enough to like make content out of it. I hope you enjoy them. Hello, how are you, Margaret? Thanks for hanging out with us. I'm reading Once There Were Wolves by Charlotte McConaughey. McConaughey. Sounds good, Jen. Started Song of Achilles last night, almost halfway, and I'm loving it. Might also switch between the Kindred graphic novel and Beyond the End of the World audiobook. Interesting. I want to read Kindred at some point. I didn't realize that they had a graphic novel of it too. Yeah, you've got a lot of good books going. Hello, Kiana. Thanks for hanging out. Murderbot, I'm reading book 2 right now. Okay, so Margaret's reading book 2. Or I will be at some point tonight trying to figure out my February TBR. You and me both. I'm hoping to have 4 decided books because of my most recent video. I'm having people vote, which I've been, so grateful. Thank you so many people who have already like voted what books that I should read. So once I have that set, I'll be okay. And then I've got to like figure everything else out. Hello, Hillary. How are you? I'll be reading a bit of Bookshops and Bone Dust. You're not the only one. There are other people in the comments doing that as well. And the Oleander Sword. I'm loving both and can't prioritize one over the other. Oh my gosh. It's like the best problem to have. I have been listening to Possession by A.S. Byatt. But I am going to try to read print books for these sprints. When I did my weekly wrap up last night, I realized I finished 6 audiobooks, but no print. Sometimes that happens, that you're just like in an audiobook mood. It's crazy though, and you don't even realize it. Hi, Jen. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I'm reading All Things Wise and Wonderful, James Herriot, page 240. Ooh, of 440. So you've got 200 pages left. You're over halfway. Awesome. Hello, how are you? Reading Chloe Brown tonight. Awesome, awesome. Finally built some momentum with that one. Yes, good. Woohoo! Then we can talk about it. The After Dark was off the rails. Yeah. It's the best time. Oh my
Listen,
gosh.
someone
Yeah.
from home, which if you go,
Hilarious.
I think you can still look at the live chat, so you might be
Mhm.
able to figure out who it is. Someone from my hometown got on the live.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I was talking to them while I was live. Like he was
Okay.
asking, like, "What are you doing?" Like, I'll explain later to you, Leandra, but it's
Okay,
not like on
okay.
the internet. But Brittany was, I mean, I noticed it because their name popped up, but I was like, "Hello, friend," like whatever. And then
Oh, I know you. That's weird.
Brittany's on Instagram being like, "Is
Mhm.
that blah blah blah?" And I was like, "Yes." Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I was like, "I hope you still want to like hang out with me after this because wow, I yeah, our after dark went completely just like the train missed the rails. You know what I mean? Like we were driving through the woods at that point.
Well, you know what? I think that just comes with the territory. After dark, it's like, yeah, everything goes.
Hi, Katie. I saw your message come through. I'll go listen to it in a little bit. We're using
Ooh.
Voxer.
Yes, use Voxer. It is the best for buddy reads. It's
We're
amazing.
using Voxer for our buddy read because I messaged her and I was like, "Do you want to use Voxer?" And she's like, "I can't send messages or no, ma'am, stop." Or like she can't check them or anything while she's working, which like I can't really either. So I was like, "That's fine." I was like, "We're all on opposite schedules, but like that's cool." So
Mhm.
I sent her a message this morning after I had read the first chapter of this. Now I'm like 5 chapters in, so it is what it is. But I saw that she sent me a message, so
Woohoo! Exciting. I love it. Yeah, Voxer's great. I have just finished dyeing fabric for some custom orders. Awesome. And now I'm going to read for a bit, then do some sewing for prep for filming tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Always something to do. You're doing great, Nicole. Also, Nicole, I'm on chapter 19. I sent a message for our Voxer group, but no worries. Read at your own pace. I'm just like playing catch up. I'm not super big into sci-fi, but the dramatized audio of Murderbot Diaries is very good. Okay, because you're like on book 3 right now, kind of cute in a way. Ooh, interesting. Is Shannon pretending it wasn't her question that started the madness? After dark stream with layers. That's so funny. Yeah, Shannon. It's always Shannon, isn't it? I don't know where you are in the comments now, Shannon, but you always are asking the most
she
interesting questions.
so Shannon asked a question
Mhm.
about what was the question? Oh, about the weirdest pickup lines we ever had. Um
Oh.
and so shared and then somehow I shared a pickup line that was used on me. It was weird. And then
Mhm.
somehow I went into like telling a whole different story. Here's the thing. I also had taken some like a muscle relaxer because my back was hurting so bad like right
Mhm.
before this. So like
Mhm.
I kind of blame it on that, but also it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. The combo of pod read along with the unhinged After Dark live stream bit sounds like a potentially explosive or at least memorable experience. Yeah, I agree, JB. It sounds like things just got crazy in the best way. I'm reading quite a few books, but I think I'm going to focus on The Housemaid's Secret, which I'm reading with Neva. Yes, sounds about right, Katie. As I expected, my tire had a leak in it. I'm so sorry, Lexi. Yeah, Lexi had scheduled sprints for 5:30 p.m. today and just couldn't do it, unfortunately, because of car issues, which is not fun. Fixed now and just walked in the door. Also have had a migraine for the past 7 hours, so I'm going to take a hot shower and see if it helps. I am so sorry. You are having such a rough day. I hope that it gets a little bit better, but please rest because migraines are the worst. Hello, Lynn's. Finally able to join you again for sprints. Yes, finally able to join us. I promise we'll be sprinting soon. Let me just speed through the rest of these comments, everybody, and then we'll do a 60-minute sprint. Just jumping in to say hi. Hi, Greta. Was watching one of your past sprints as I was reading, and now I'm going to bed. I was going to say, Greta, I'm pretty sure you're in a different time zone than we are. It's time for bed for you. Just finished check and mate. Amazing. Are you feeling better? You're up.
I'm upright. So, I haven't moved a lot today. I'm not gonna lie. By the time I got home from work last night, even though I did basically bare minimum,
Yeah.
because I let them know at work, hey, I pulled a muscle, I'm visibly in pain, whatever. And so Eli was like, just do this and this, it's fine. And he let me sit down a lot, which thank God, you know what I mean? By the time that I got home last night from work, I felt like I was in so much pain, it was making me physically ill. So it's this is not the vibe. But when I got up to get Ari ready for school this morning, there's still pain. I can still feel it, but it's not as bad. So I'm hoping that yesterday was just the worst day. And that now it will just heal and go away.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I hope so too. I'm glad that you're better than you were before, because that is just, at least it's.
But yesterday I did a story and I was laying in the bed, because that was the only position. It's called a make. Yeah, no. Okay, we'll just eat. Anyway, and then I did an update for Brooklyn's vlog, and I'm also just laying in the bed. I literally say, because I'm doing her the 12 Recs from 12 Besties. I'm doing them as individual videos, so I let Ari spin the wheel. So she picked Brooklyn first, and then it will be Brittany's turn. But that way I'm not trying to decide. It's overwhelming for me.
Yeah.
It's overwhelming for me, so I just put everybody on the wheel and was like, here, Ari, spin.
You're there you go. Go off.
But I had to update because I'm getting further into her book and I haven't really updated anything. But I was laying down like this, holding the phone up, and I was like, I have pulled my back. So it's not a flattering angle at all. I'm laying in the bed, but it's fine.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. If you want some less sci-fi Ray Bradbury options, Dandelion Wine and Something Wicked This Way Comes are both great Bradbury novels. Thanks, Jamie. You do always start at supper and bedtime for me. Kid wrangling sprints so that I can get to read are still productive. Awesome. Good, Bethany. Yes, hello to my father. Love that you can come in here. Yeah, he usually has me up on the TV, and then he's messaging in his phone. I saw this comment. Oh my gosh, the ending of the Haunted Forest tour was a total letdown. It just wasn't as creative as I wanted to be. Also, some things just got added up and ended up giving it a 3-star. No, Danny, that's so annoying because it sounded really good. Yeah, so Sweet Bean Paste is a Japanese. I was wondering if it was a translation for general fiction. It's really cozy so far. Okay, cool. I'm glad I still got my genre mojo, because I was like, I don't know if I'm going crazy, but that's what it sounds like. Hello, Carissa. Thanks for joining us. I can't do sports romances. Yeah, they seem to be kind of hit or miss. Really nice. Thanks, Nikki. I appreciate. Yeah, everyone, if you can just vouch for me in the comments that you all like me, that'd be great. And assure my father that people do like to hear me on the internet. Hello, Monica. My goodness. Work from home today, but hoping to get some reading done while I work, listening to Inkblood Sister Scribe. Monica, we've talked about this. I'm going to be reading that this month, hopefully at some point. Yeah, The Forest. I don't know about that, Nicole. I'm going to have to, or Nikki, I'm going to have to look into that. That's really interesting. I'm hoping to finish Misery by Stephen King. I'm on page 253. Awesome. Heavenly Tyrant by Zeron J. Zhao is pushed back to 2025. Iron Widow was published in 2021. Oh, okay. So this is part of the series. Forest is one of the only apps that I've actually paid for. It was a one-time thing, and I was using it every day at one point. Oh my gosh. Okay.
I might
I
buy
hope
it,
lasagna
to
in
be
the
honest.
oven
They have
this time.
Flora. I've had Flora for a long time.
Okay, Flora. So that's another
Because it's
option.
free. Yeah, Flora is
Mhm.
free, and you can still do, like, the room thing. I've never done it, but you can do it, like, it's an option.
Mm.
Stop. Go. Okay, well,
Interesting.
go potty.
Yeah, we live close and we will definitely be together again. Amazing, Sophia. I'm so happy for you both. Reading Lady of the Lake. Ooh. Hello, how are you, Squishy? Thanks for joining us. I really want to make a read like my favorite. Oh my gosh. Okay. So read like my favorite booktubers video, but I'm nervous that I won't like the books. Yeah, it can be nerve wracking. You can always choose people that you feel as though you typically are like the same as being like, hey, I typically like what this person reads as like kind of a test run. I want to read outside of my comfort zone this year though. Oh, but you know, if you want to branch out, we support that too. Also need to nail down the February TBR. I think I'm being very ambitious. You and me both, Julie. Like we too ambitious every single month. This is what we're doing. I just got done editing. Amazing, Athena. So I'm going to read Emily Wilde's Map of the Otherlands. I'm so excited. Book 2. Yeah. I'm sure like so many people are going to be reading that book right now and then like the next month. I hope you enjoy it. Hello, more. I'm reading The Anti-Hero by Sarah Kate. Awesome. And then, sweet, this is the first book I am reading, so I will catch up. Sounds good. Oh, that's good that you are feeling better, Neva. It is. Flora also plants real trees if you reach your goals, or you can put an amount down that you pay if you break your goal, and then that goes towards planting trees. That is a really interesting concept. Oh my
I
gosh.
think Forest
Good.
might do something similar. I've just
Okay.
never actually used Forest because it costs money.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna be honest.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't know. Vanessa, thanks for the question. So we'll probably be going for about like 4 hours is what I'm thinking. If life gets crazy and I'm feeling like staying up even later because like I said it at the beginning of this, which was 37 minutes ago. My sleeping schedule's been really weird, so we might go longer than that. But I'm thinking about 4 hours total from the start. I also need to think about my February TBR. All of us do. Which book are Leandra and Neva the most excited to read this year? Is there a reread they want to do? Currently, I'll do a quick book that I'm thinking. There's a third book in a trilogy, the Bone Spindle series that's coming out in February, and I was hoping before I read it to read books 1 and 2 in the series, the Bone Spindle and then the Severed Thread. So I'll be reading those two hopefully as rereads in anticipation because I want to get better about that because I've never reread a book in anticipation of another release, but everyone does it on BookTube all the time. So I'm like, why can't I do it? Neva, do you have an answer to this question?
Okay, so Crescent City 3 is coming out. I want to do a reread of that. However,
Mm-hmm.
if I'm gonna talk about books that I'm like really excited to read this year, obviously the Housemaid books with Katie. But
Mm-hmm.
actually Kelsey and I are doing a buddy read so we can finish Throne of Glass. And then I
Mm-hmm.
think we're going to buddy read the Crescent City books because she hasn't actually read them, and I need to reread the first book and so that I can read the second book, so that I can read the third book. So we're doing, yeah. So
Yes.
in February, she and I are starting our buddy read of Throne of Glass to finish it. I'm like one book ahead of her, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So she's doing that, and then we're gonna buddy read that.
Woohoo! That sounds amazing. Well, we've reached the end of the comments for you, and then we're going to be doing an hour-long sprint. During that sprint, I would just like to let everyone know, if they didn't, that Neva is linked below. So if you all wanted to subscribe to her, because we've enjoyed this chat already, and we're already anticipating having a great time the rest of the evening, then maybe take that first 30 seconds of the sprint to subscribe, and then we'll be seeing everyone in an hour. All right. Happy sprinting, everyone. See you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope that was a successful first sprint. I know that we had a few people join us then, and there was one comment right before we left off, a couple. So I'll cover those first, and then I'll let you all know how I did. Neva can let us know how she did. So Laura said, I need to pick my first YouTuber for my booktube taste test. Yeah, there've been quite a few. I know that Margaret recently ended up doing a booktube taste test for Brie, which I'm very excited to look into. Then we had Brie join us, a different Brie. Reading How Does It Feel by Jeanne O'Reilly. Awesome. Thanks for joining us. Hello, Cherie. Yeah, you all joined just in time to enjoy some sprinting just before chatting, which was great. Also, Rope Crewman joined. Hello, I just finished my bingo board yesterday. Amazing. I saw this comment come in and it made me so excited. So I'm working my way across the map via Magnus Chase and the Gods of Asgard. Ooh. And then also read a couple pages, and then I had to stop to eat dinner. We'll come back for the next sprint. I saw that Night Garden had mentioned this. Michael joined us too, finished The Wager, which is awesome. That was a nonfiction that a few people have been reading lately. Enjoyed it, 4 stars. Moving on to an urban setting, reading The Ballad of Black Tom. Ooh, yeah, keep me updated about that one because I've heard interesting things. And then Amal joined us too, which is great. Reading The Text Appeal. Ooh, The Text Appeal. That sounds very fun. Maybe like a biblio romance by Amber Roberts. And e-reading Pledge by Candy Steiner. 15% in. Awesome. We also had Brooklyn from Brooklyn Reads join us. Hello. So glad that you're able to join us. Good morning to you, all the way in Australia. Currently on my lunch break at work, or even I suppose now it's lunchtime for you. Watching Vampire Diaries. Oh, that is a great way to enjoy your lunch. That just gives me all the nostalgic feels, and it's weird to say that's a comfort watch, but it is. And then I think we also had Jean join us. Hello, Jean. I've been in and out all night and it never once suggested you're live to me. Jean, we keep having that issue. I don't know why YouTube doesn't want you to hang out with me. I don't know why. It's very weird. At 49% of sold to keep. Going, yeah, I know, right? It's that's happened quite a few times where I'm not notified by YouTube when my friends are streaming too, and I'm like, I want to support you all, but they didn't tell me. Sign up for girl bands last night. Go TLC. Yes, Jean. Woo-hoo! Amazing. Okay. Before we continue on, because I think that the next comments are people letting us know how they did, I'll let you know how I did. I ended up getting 50 pages done. It's the beauty of immersive reading, I have to say. I'm listening to the audiobook while I'm reading, and I also was able to make myself a decaf coffee, drank it, had some water, all the good stuff. I do think that one of my light bulbs is flickering like a horror film sometimes. So I may in the next sprint have to change it because I don't want to scare you all and wondering what's happening in my home. Don't worry, I'm safe. It's flickering once in a while and I'm like, is there a ghost somewhere in this room? Perhaps. So yeah, now I'm in the middle. I only have this much left actually. So I could finish it tonight potentially and just leave Nicole and Coda behind. But Neva, how did you do?
I made it to chapter 8, which I have no idea what that is in percentage because I'm listening on Everand, and Everand does not give you percent. It gives you percent, but I have a listening goal this year for Storygraph because that's an option.
Mm-hmm.
And so, this light. I'm sorry. So wow, that's terrible. So I don't want to save it as a percent or it won't count. You have to put it in as minutes and hours in order for it to count for your listening goal. So it's fine. But honestly, I'm pretty sure me and Brittany are both being kicked out of the book besties.
Oh no!
Because honestly, I'm having she's having a good time. She's much further than me. She started this morning. She's over 100 pages in. I'm sure I'm not that far.
But you're
And
having a good time too so
I'm
far.
having the best like the best time. Like the main female character that Raimi and Kelsey both did not like. I think she's hilarious. To be like, she's bitchy, but like I think she's hilarious. I've been like laughing
Mhm.
this entire time.
I mean, honestly,
So
I guess that's they should be really happy for you that you're
they're
not
just,
hating it,
I
so I
mean, they're
guess that's
sending
good.
really weird, like really rude gifts, like so
Mhm.
long partner from Toy Story. You know what I'm
Ah,
saying?
how
They're really
dare.
just like, it's been nice knowing you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
It's
my
I guess
gosh.
me and Brittany are just gonna go make our own group.
Yeah. Oh, that is so funny. Well, I am glad though that Brittany isn't alone because I feel like a lot of times it has been that she's like been the only one who's like DNF'd or the only one that finished. So at least she's got you. So that's nice. I'm happy for you, Brittany. So just DNF'd my book at 52%. Oh no. Looked up the ending. It's a mystery and I feel mad about it. Well, you know what? Then sounds like it was the right choice for you. If you were able to get a little bit of satisfaction, saw what happened, but on to like better books to come. Life is too short to read bland books. I agree. Yes, that's how I feel too. Sometimes, like, I'll usually finish a 3-star book, but if I know it's going to be a 2 or 1 and I'm not like feeling a certain way where I need to finish it, DNF it. That's one thing I will say. People like we were joking around how different Neva and I are, but we are 100% on the same page about DNFing. DNF those books. DNF.
DNF is self-care. Actually, I
Mm-hmm.
was watching Katie's TBRathon vlog the other day
Mm-hmm.
because I apologize to everyone that's mentioned me in the last month. I'm making my way through my mentions, but I
Mm-hmm.
don't check. I'm gonna start checking my notifications through the actual YouTube app and not through um YouTube Studio. Usually I just check my like comments through YouTube Studio, but then I realize that like I miss a bunch of stuff. So I'm like making my way through all of my mentions because a lot of people have mentioned me in videos in the last month, and I feel
Mm-hmm.
so bad because I'm like I've not watched any of these. But I was watching Katie's TBRathon vlog, I think from last week,
Mm-hmm.
and she was like, DNF is self-care. And I was like, yes, girl.
It is.
DNFing. Yes. I got Brittany to DNF. I've gotten Kelsey to DNF. I don't always take my own advice. Actually, I only did that once. Okay. I only didn't DNF a book one time. That was Darling Girl, and I learned my lesson. But if you ask me or Leandra, like, hey, I'm not really liking this book, should I DNF? We're gonna tell you to DNF.
Yeah. And then just for reference, I've realized it. I've DNF'd 3 books this month already. So like maybe I'm too crazy about it, but you can also just always come back to it. Like there was a book that I
Yeah.
DNF'd that I was like, it's not that I'm hard DNFing it. I'm not labeling it. We'll see if I go back to it. So either way,
Yeah,
Mark.
I call
Mm-hmm.
this a PNF. No,
Oh,
PFN.
mm-hmm.
Pause for now.
Pause for now. PFN. Yes. If for those of you who aren't big fans of the DNF acronym, PFN might seem a bit nicer. Pause for now. I like it. So then downstairs making dinner right now. Sounds good, Margaret. Read about 60 pages. Oh my gosh, Christina. That's awesome. Ate dinner, took a shower. Amazing. I hope you have a relaxing rest of your evening, Alexi. Good grief. I only got 20 pages read because my dogs are so needy. Oh, that's okay, Shani. Honestly, they needed you. That was productivity. You had to care for them. They needed you in that moment. We totally support that. Thought we were out of garlic for a minute. Thank God we weren't. Oh, a house without garlic, what would you do? I've been making slow progress in Sources of Chinese Tradition, Volume 1. Awesome. That's great. That reminds me that there are quite a few like manga that I have just because of the Volume 1 that I need to be reading so I can bring them back to the library. Just finished Chloe Brown over the sprint. Had a pretty good time with that ending. Yeah, and I from my perspective of Chloe Brown, they handled things so maturely. Like even when they had outbursts or freakouts, they then like went and had open communication, and it's like you do not see that enough in romance. I'm on like you don't. You really don't. You're just like these people don't know how to communicate. Should they even be in love? Like what's happening?
The miscommunication tropes in romance are sometimes what make me not want to read romance anymore.
Yeah, it is something else. I'm on page 257 of 304. Yes, you're so close. For Starling House. Unless something outstanding happens in the next 50 pages, it will be a 4-star. Also snacked on popcorn. Yes, I'll put that in the productive category. And yeah, like a solid 4 stars. It's always kind of like you at least kind of have this comfort where like, you know what, at least it's a solid 4 stars. Unless something crazy happens the other way, then at least you've got a good book. Just finished the film Anatomy of a Fall. It was phenomenal. I think you'd really like it. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Chris. I'll have to look into this. I hope it gets Oscar love tomorrow when the nominations come out. Is that why you watched it, Chris? Are you kind of like trying to watch a few more nominees before it happens? But yeah, that's good to know. Anatomy of a Fall. Made it to 78% of Rhapsodic. Amazing. You have less than a quarter to go. Got to 34% in Voyage of the Basilisk, and I'm loving it, as I knew I would. Love Lady Trench. Oh, that's right, because that's the third book in a natural history, right, of dragons. I'm pretty sure that that's the third book, and I remember you loved book 2. Danny, you're always telling me how great this series is, and I always want to read it. Read 25 pages. Awesome. More. Read 4 chapters. Great. I got something to eat and read about 20 pages of Emily Wilde too. Perfect. This seems like it was a good food sprint for all of us, which was necessary. I made it to chapter 7, which is 44%. Oh my gosh, almost halfway. My dad stopped over to crash in my guest room, so the bedtime is running late. Of course, there's always something chaotic happening, but we welcome your father. But we're about to read the bedtime stories, and then it's Red Rising for me. Woohoo! Your own bedtime story, I guess. Finished doing some house stuff before I could read, hoping to relax and read for the next sprint. Yes, I support this, Julie. I read a few chapters in In the Woods. Yes, Nicole, I have some stuff to talk to you. I'm going to wait and finish the final chapter for this section, and then I'll make sure to send you some voice messages because I have some thoughts. I've got 5 pages left. Oh my gosh, Anne. So I'll have it done next sprint. About to fold some laundry. Amazing. Woohoo. That's so exciting. I finished Poor Things. I will be starting Best of Friends next. Yes, we have so many people so close to finishing and also finishing books. That's just amazing. I'm going to an event on Thursday with David Gran discussing The Wager. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. I wonder if Michael is still in here in the comments to talk with you about it because that's really exciting. Listened to some more of Inkblood Sister Scribe. The story has me intrigued, but I don't know what's happening. But I'm liking it. You know, sometimes that's all right. You're like, I don't have to know.
It's
I just
the
have to
vibe.
enjoy. Exactly.
That's called a vibe read, and I condone vibe reads. I read a
Mm-hmm.
lot of those where I'm like, Catherine House was one. I gave Catherine House
Mm-hmm.
4 stars. I could not tell you what was going on. I have no idea. To this day, I don't know. I want to do a reread to see if maybe I understand it more. I probably won't.
Mm-hmm.
No idea what happened. Other than she got trapped in this college. Actually, for like 4 chapters of this book, I thought they were in high
Mm-hmm.
school. And then Brittany was like, no, bro, they're in college. And I was like, oh.
Like, no, Neva, that's
That
not.
makes a lot more sense with all like the sex that was happening in
Mm,
the book.
oh yeah, that also that makes it
I thought
better,
it
I
was
guess.
like I thought it was like a boarding school. And I
Mhm,
was like, there's a lot of like sex and drinking happening. And then she was like, no, this is like college. And I was like, oh, no idea what would happen. But I give it 4 stars simply because the vibe was there.
mhm, yeah, and that's you know what? That is a good book. Sometimes that's better than the books you know exactly what's happening and you're not into the vibe. I think I would take vibe all day. So cool, good to know, Monica. Joined mid sprint, got to 78% in my audiobook. A Breath of Snow and Ashes. Awesome, Jamie. A lot of us are like in the last quarter of our books. I have to pick up In the Woods from the library. All the talk has made me want to read it. Yes, Chris. And then you know that you have people you can talk to immediately about it. I totally welcome you doing that. That'd be so fun. And there's the TV series to watch after it. I'm on page 129 on my textbook reading. Oh, Maggie, I'm really glad for you, though. I hope that means that you're close to the end. I read 20 pages of Misery and I have 35 pages left. You can do it. Go TLC. Yes, let's go. Woohoo. And then we have read about 20 pages at page 62 and put my kids to bed. Amazing. Yes, all the kiddos going to bed. I put my kiddos to bed and read about 10 pages. Awesome. I love that everyone's doing that. They're like, yep, kids in bed first, then I finally get to read. We are being bullied by our friends. Oh no. Oh no, right. I'm not by myself this time. Yes, exactly. Because I'm like, Brittany, I know too many times the book club besties you guys have. Like you've been alone.
And now we're getting kicked out. So whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. First there was the threat of Brittany, and then Neva's own daughter said that she would kick Neva out.
Right.
So
Rude.
craziness.
It's fine. Y'all can take Ari as one of your book besties.
I mean, it's not Kelsey asking for applications.
Right. Not Kelsey saying come apply
Oh my
within.
gosh. I love
Like,
the qualification is that you also have to hate Icebreaker. That is awesome. I DNF'd a book that was 400 pages long, and because I just couldn't do it anymore after giving it a whole 100. Yeah, and honestly, 100 pages, if it's 400 pages, you gave it 25%.
yeah.
Yeah.
No,
So,
I'm notorious for like DNFing a book 10 pages in, so I'm like, oh,
meanwhile,
this is
Danny
cool.
always being optimistic, PFN, so you can DNF later.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, always the optimistic. I did really love that Chloe Brown felt like I was reading a novel about adults, yes, which is
Yeah.
weird for contemporary romance. Yeah, isn't it kind of silly to
We
be like, wow, they felt adult like?
we
And it's like, well, they should, but
I feel like contemporary romance is a lot of college, like high school to college age, which
mm-hmm.
is fine. Like I enjoy reading that too, but it is nice to have like upper 20s into 30-year-old like main characters.
Yeah, especially sometimes when I'm like reading a book and I'm kind of imagining them a certain age. Like I can still see them as adults, but like then suddenly their age is mentioned, and I'm like, "You're 35? No, you're not." I was like, "No, no, you're not. That is not." I was like, "I'll admit you're an adult," but I was like, "You suddenly telling me that you're 35? I no."
And
So
some
too funny.
I feel like society as a whole is like
Mhm.
we have so much pressure on ourselves, like society puts so much pressure on us.
Mhm.
Uh Men too, but like I feel like especially like women. So
Mhm.
like, oh, you have to have the husband and the house and the career and blah 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 by the time you're like 25. And I'm like, I am 32 and
Check your watch. I'm
my
32.
life is only just beginning really.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's just like totally different, culture expectations these days, which I think is healthier. Like we're all on our own paths, which is great. We had two people, both Jamie and Ro, agree with Chris that Anatomy of a Fall is amazing. The fact that it's also a non-US film intrigues me even more, actually, because I don't think I read enough films that are like produced, created with actors who aren't from the US, just because that's what we're surrounded by. Hello, Aaron. We are doing well, having a good time. We just had our first sprint. And so we're going to be going for probably another 2 hours minimum. I'll say solid 4 hours. That's the only thing we can guarantee. We might go for longer, might not, but you're with us for another 2 hours if you want to be here. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. A Phoenix Caretaker Academic Rivals book is published this year. Let me see. It's compared to Emily Wilde. Interesting. There's a lot of people who are fans of Emily Wilde in the comments. Yeah.
This is another one that Rainey didn't like. Now, Rainey doesn't like cozy fantasy.
Are we surprised?
And,
I haven't watched Rainey's video yet because I know it just like was just it just came out like yesterday. But like I was like, I know she's probably not gonna like Emily Wilde.
yeah, Emily Wilde is cozy fantasy, and I own um
Mm-hmm.
both of the Legends and Lattes books, and I actually have the original Legends and Lattes book that like the original like
Yes.
indie pub,
Mm-hmm.
and and then I have like the audiobooks for both, and I really enjoy them, but I know she didn't like those either.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm excited to read Emily Wilde.
Hmm. Yeah, and
Especially
I
because
feel
I
like
haven't read in a while.
a lot of people who like Legends and Lattes like Emily Wilde and vice versa, I think. So I think you're in good shape for it. Like I think you'll
Yeah,
enjoy it. I can't say if I've liked Emily Wilde. I can tell you I read it because this lady right here recommended it to me and I'm doing a video like where she recommends books to me. And so I can't tell you all what my thoughts are, but I did read it. Meanwhile, Danny also freaking loved Catherine House. Well, you and Neva both. I haven't read that. It's a gorgeous cover. I have been meaning to read it.
I own it because I bought it for, the defunct Bessie's Book Club last year. We did
Mm,
like we weren't very successful with the book club because unfortunately Brittany did not like most of the books that we read.
Mhm.
And then we had a couple books where, like, a couple of the other of us were like, "We're not reading this, like, this is terrible." But really I really loved Catherine House. Like, it's one of those books that it sits on
Mhm.
my shelf. I have no idea what happened in it, to be honest.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, just
I
vibes.
felt like I was in a fever dream the entire time, but it was the vibe.
Yeah, I gotta read that. I'll be starting Sister in Arms by Kaya Alderson next. Awesome, Anne. Hello to all the friends. I know all of our all of our regulars, all our friends are here. It's based on a true story about two women of color that are deployed overseas during World War II. Oh my gosh, that's this book for those wondering, Sister in Arms. Interesting. Yeah, that I don't read very often historical fiction novels, but that sounds interesting. I need to try the Lady Trent series. I have all the audiobooks. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Julie, me too. Maybe we can support each other and then Danny can just cheer us on. Hi, Jean. Hope you're doing well tonight. I think Jean's doing well. Lost track of time reading, got to 23% of pledge and 22 pages of text appeal. Awesome, Amal. There is no end. The end is when I retire, because even when I graduate, there is continuing education requirements to stay current. Graduation is a myth. No, I understand that. And that's why I personally have elected not to continue on with a PhD. But I'm so happy, Maggie, that your studies are going well. If not, they're tiring. They are forever, but I'm hoping that you're still finding so much fulfillment out of it. That sounds very fatalistic. I promise I do enjoy. I was gonna say, I was like, from the number of times you've been here and we've kind of talked about it, I was like, I'm pretty sure you're still enjoying yourself too as much as you can. Hello, Bree. We've been talking about you on and off tonight. Thanks for hanging out with us. I know that you're also traveling soon for work, so best of luck if you haven't already done that or you already are or whatever's going on in that process. That is my benchmark for DNFing is 100 pages. Yeah, and that's honestly that's totally fine. I think that that's like a reasonable amount, especially for those who struggle with DNFing. Setting that as a marker. The cozy fantasy is called The Phoenix Keeper by S.A. McLean. Interesting. So those who are 100% cozy fantasy lovers, we should be marking this book down. And then I'm 24 and married. Yeah, exactly. So we're all different realms, and it's like what works for you is great, and that's amazing. And yeah, I'm happy for everyone wherever we're at. Yeah, I have a lot of time. Oh, a lot of times when I read romance, I get frustrated with the characters. Yeah, it's definitely tricks of the trade for sure. Let me see here. And then, yeah, I think the maturity thing was part of why I could only give romantic comedy 4 stars. She's supposed to be mid 40s, but for me, read like a 20 something, and that's a pretty large jump for sure. Not at all surprised that Rainey didn't like Emily Wilde. Leandra, I think you'll like it. Well, Brie, we're gonna find out. But yeah, no one was surprised by Rainey. I love how we were like, I don't know, and I was like, let's be honest. I gave Emily Wilde the second book 5 stars. It was freaking good. Oh my gosh, Monica, you are so ahead of the game. The book was just published this past week. That's amazing. And then I adore Emily Wilde. I would also recommend Olivia Atwater's books if you like Emily Wilde, because she writes more Regency fairies and it does have a coziness to it. Oh my gosh, that's really good to know, because obviously there's been a lot of people who've been outwardly saying that they love Emily Wilde in the comments. I picked up In the Woods for $1.50 from Amazon because I had looked at it so many times on Kindle. I'm probably going to read it for a girl pen. Yes, Jean, do it. That'd be so fun. Then again, you have people you can talk about it immediately. I feel like you're either very good at controlling your micro expressions or you might be lukewarm about Emily Wilde. Just a guess. I don't know. You're going to have to find out. I'm glad that you guys can't tell whether I enjoyed it or had issues with it or anything in between. I'm trying to remain I'm Switzerland. I'm trying to remain neutral in this moment in time. Meanwhile, Nicole just purchased Catherine House.
I feel like Nicole will like Catherine House.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because
I
Nicole
think
seems
Nicole
to
would
like
appreciate it.
dark academia, and it's definitely dark academia.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good to know. So JL just put the first Lady Trent book on hold at my library. Yes, enabling. It does look really fun. Like that, I'm like that series looks so fun. I
Is
really
this
want
the
to read it.
dragon one?
Yes, yeah. So the Lady Trent series.
I have this book too.
Yeah, Natural
Because when I
History of
went to Barnes
Dragons.
Yeah, when I went to
Mhm.
Barnes for my birthday in November, I bought that one and I bought Emily Wilde, and they were both buy one get one 50% off, but they were both like the Barnes and Noble exclusive
Mhm.
editions or whatever.
Ooh, ooh, very nice. So Brie, you leave tomorrow. I was gonna say, I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm like monitoring your life, and I'm like, you said that you're gonna be traveling. So I was like, when was this? Okay, well, best of luck. I hope that all the travels go well. Tempted to try Lady Trent and the care and feeding of British dragons, but not sure. Legends and Lattes is just a bit too cozy to me, but these might not be that cozy, right? Like you might try to find that happy medium because there is always a spectrum. There's like the coziest of cozy, and then there's some things that just have cozy elements. They're not that much.
I'll say I
Yeah.
think I enjoy Legends and Lattes because I play D&D,
Hmm.
and it reminded me of like side quests or like what you do in D&D when you're not like questing, like when you're like in a town. That's
Interesting.
what it
Oh, that
reminded me
totally
of.
makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, it reminded me of like if you had like a full like side story to
Yeah.
people being to like your characters being in like a town.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Hmm. Anne married her husband at 23, had my first son at 24. We've been together 16 years now and married 14 and a half years. Lovely. That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. Yeah. Read more of Distance. Awesome, Nikki. I don't know if I said that. I don't know if you said that either, Nikki, but I'm glad you told us either way. Care and feeding of British dragons is so good. Oh my goodness. I love how unsurprisingly this has just become kind of like books featuring dragons and like fairies, and it's just like let's just discuss it. I love
All
it.
the
It's
cozy
awesome.
fantasies.
Mhm. It's like Persuasion, but with dragons. I haven't read Persuasion, Margaret. I know that's so bad. I've been meaning to try it though. Not plot wise, but it feels like a Jane Austen novel. Okay. Okay, well, that's good to know. Then you don't really have to have read it. Because sometimes those retellings, I feel like I should. Okay, well, we are at the end of the comments, meaning that we are going to have another sprint. Oh, just kidding. Let's see. What does Julie have to say? Well, now I need that one too because Persuasion is my favorite book. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, I'm literally like starring a bunch of the books that we've just talked about because I'm like, yep, I need to look into this. I need to try this. Sounds good. So thank you everyone for making me want to read even more books in February than I already can. Perfect.
Right.
Let's see here. We are tiny again. Not as tiny as we've been in other sprints, but we're it's just because there's the two of us, so we can be kind of tiny giants. All right. So we will see everybody in 60 minutes. This will probably be our maybe second to last sprint, depending on how long things go. Potentially, we'll at least have one more, is what I'm going to say. So if you just joined, don't worry about it. We'll have a lot of reading to go. Okay. See you guys in 60 minutes. Hi, everyone. That was a really chaotic sprint. And I appreciate everyone's patience as we were trying to figure it out and having to do a bit of a longer sprint. Yeah.
It's okay. Oh, don't cry, don't make me cry. It's okay. It's okay. We got it all handled. We got it handled.
Yeah, it's just a little upsetting, you know. So I'm sorry, everyone who had to see those things and those words. I wish that I had been a bit more prepared for that, but I didn't realize that that could happen. So I am sorry. Um, on that note, I probably am going to send us into another sprint and try to collect myself so then we can hopefully end on a good note. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of check in with you all and let you know that even though I haven't been as talkative on the Discord, I wanted to make sure that you guys knew that I saw and I was trying to do my best. And I'm seeing your comments now, and I really do appreciate it. And I appreciate everyone who I've kind of forced into the position of being a mod very quickly. So thank you all for being super supportive. I really appreciate you. Yeah, I think it's probably best to send us into a sprint and then allow me to collect myself. I promise I won't be like this when I come back, but I think I need some time. Okay. Yeah, we'll see everybody in 60 minutes. Hello, everyone. We are back. We are composed. Everything is good. I think it was just the like suddenness of everything and me not having time to process it. It being the first time I'd ever really experienced something like that before. I know that it's not the end of the world and everything's okay now, but I really appreciate everyone's really kind words, and I have been seeing them in the comments, not only in my DMs, but here on YouTube and on Discord and everything like that. So I just thank you so much who have kind of reached out. And even if you haven't reached out and you've just been like sticking around and have been really like, I don't know, sending positive thoughts, I really appreciate you all so much. And also thank you, Neva, for being here on screen with me during this like most chaotic sprints ever.
You don't have to thank me. That's what friends are for. This, like I told Jess, because I first of all, I want to apologize to everybody that was trying to call and text me. I now have Voxer and Discord both unlocked when I'm using Flora. I didn't think to do that, so I didn't turn on any of my like social media because I was like, well, if I'm going to use Flora, we're not going to be on social media because you're going to scroll through freaking whatever. And so, like, Jess tried to get a hold of me, Nicole tried to get a hold of me, Bree tried to get a hold of me. So I text back and forth with Jess for a little while because I was like, I'm going to see if Leandro will just add me as a mod so I can help y'all just like, because I was like watching it on my iPad, but I couldn't do anything. Like, I was trying to, and I was like, I can't do anything. I'm not a mod. So then I started to get like a little bit flustered. But it's like I told Jess, you know, this is how we bond with our internet friends.
Yeah.
Discord hackers.
And it's one of those things where so I, for like full transparency, I work from home, and so I was working remotely today, and I had my phone on do not disturb, and I've kept it on do not disturb all day, and so I wasn't seeing anything, like unless I was like on my phone and opened it and got a notification. I was not aware of anyone reaching out to me, and so then I started seeing things in like the YouTube comments, which I appreciate you all for doing that, and I was like, what are they talking about? Checked
Yeah,
my phone, and then I realized that all this
and
stuff
that's
is
what
happening.
I saw because I was sitting this way, but I can out of my
Mhm.
peripheral, which is not great because I'm half blind. I could see the chat moving really fast, and I was like, "Why is everybody
Yeah.
talking when we're reading?" Because people had said that like I wasn't muted, but
Yeah.
then it died
Mhm.
down. So I was like, "Okay, well, hopefully I didn't say anything, embarrassing
Mhm.
because I talk to myself sometimes." But then I noticed that it was going really fast, and I looked over, and by then you had looked at your phone, and I saw
Yeah.
Jess's message that was like, or a comment that was like, it said something like that. There's the look that she's seen it, and then your camera
Mhm.
went off. Well, then in the middle of all of that, our house alarm went off.
Oh my gosh, what a day.
I think that's a dog scratching himself or
My
scratching herself.
gosh.
Anyway, so all I
Scared the
hear
crap out of
because
me.
the way that our house alarm works is like when you open the door, if the alarm is armed, it'll say like deactivate now. Like it'll say which door is open, so it'll say like front
Mhm.
door deactivate now. Well, I had headphones in, so I didn't actually even hear it until because I was listening to my book.
Mhm.
So I
Mhm.
didn't even hear it until the alarm started going off, like it didn't get deactivated, which it's like you have 60 seconds to get from whatever door you're at to the code to the thing, put the code in, and then it will shut off.
Mhm.
So we don't know. I don't know what happened, but my coworker came knock on the door and she was like, "Did you trip the alarm?" And I was like, "No, like I haven't." I was like, "I haven't left my room since we started sprints." Because I put Ari to bed. Well, that's not true. I left to put her in the shower and then I put her to bed and that was it. And she was like, "Oh, come in."
Yeah, so basically, everyone, it has been a crazy night for everyone, both in our homes and on the internet. Yeah, oh my goodness. Like what a mess. And I think it's an experience that I'm not glad I had, but it was really informative for me to even realize like what a big issue this was. When I first started sprinting, I remember I was on other people's channels, and you would once in a while see like a bot, and you would immediately know what it is, block it, done. And I remember it happened to me once or twice when I first started, and I was like, okay, seeing how other people handle it's fine. And then it's been radio silence for quite some time. I know that other sprinters who hosted on their channels have talked about it before, being like, yeah, we haven't seen that lately. It looks as though like YouTube and other platforms are just getting a lot better about, preventing this from happening. And then this explosion, which apparently, I suppose it makes me feel better that a lot of people have said that this is like the worst that they've ever seen it. Like it's never, so it was an explosion. But rest assured, I have closed invites with the links that I've put up on various places for 24 hours while I try to figure out what I'm going to be doing next as far as like reopening invites, because I want to try not to do that, because like those who are a part of the Discord at this point are a part of it because it's just for TBRathon. I haven't thought any further beyond it as far as having the Discord stay open beyond it. And after this experience, I feel like it seems really stressful to manage it. I mean, I have these lovely mods now because everyone's so nice and ready to like go into Discord battle with me. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do for like the next like less than 10 days of the month, rather than just like going in every day and like turning it off. So I'm going to do some research as far as that goes. But it is kind of also disconcerting that there are certain safeguards. Like speaking of Jess, who's hopefully in bed now because she let me know that she was going to bed, that on Discord, for a channel, you can report a raid. And why is that? Like that's just crazy that exists. That at one point Discord was so aware that these kind of spam raids and harmful content exist that you can just immediately like have to report an entire raid. It's really baffling to me. And even though, as I said, I work remotely, so I do work with technology all the time, I wasn't aware of that. So that was a lot. I don't know if people noticed, but I'm going to highlight it mainly because it's a super chat and I'm really appreciative of it, but no one has to do this. Bree so kindly sent me $5, maybe because she was among the people that I was talking to off screen and just being like extremely overwhelmed. And she was among those who also like reached out immediately saying, hey, make me a mod. I will be glad to help you where I can, and sending tips. And so just thank you so much, Bree. And if people can send her love, I would greatly appreciate that. Although I'm sure everyone in the comments already knows who she is and supports her in every like way, but she's among the kind of like veterans, also Jess and others, who just like always with new content creators are really helpful to us and answering questions and supportive. So it's just great. Also, Courtney joined us like a probably such a weird time when Courtney's comments came in. Hello, Courtney. I'm glad you're watching TV. I hope you're having a great night. It made me laugh because it showed like the beginning of not knowing the chaos that was happening beforehand. And I really appreciated that. It made me chuckle as I was kind of like calming down. And I did read a chapter. I did read, which was great. And also those who saw my father in the comments earlier, he called me because of course when you cry on the internet that happens, and so that helped calm me down and everything, so everything's good. But this comment especially just like made me like chuckle. And we also have, oh my goodness, I'm gonna scroll quickly because Chris, another person who is just one of the kindest people and the biggest supporters on booktube in general, which I'm sure everyone who's a booktuber in the comments knows exactly who Chris is. Thank you so much. You say, please know that I adore you so much. Thank you. Thank you to the moderators. They are amazing. And honestly, again, so many people just volunteer to be mods. And so I agree, Chris, like they deserve so much love. If you are in the Discord already, you will see that they are highlighted in green. So, and I've been seeing in the comments that people have been like rallying and saying, thank you, mods, thank you, mods. Like, please do that. Keep continuing to do that because they're just like, honestly, I don't know if I would have been able to like continue on with that experience without them suddenly just like exploding and doing everything. So that was really lovely. And thank you, Chris, for the super chat. Again, no one has to do that. I just appreciate you all being here, but thank you so much. Genuinely, like you all have been so patient with me tonight because this was probably not the Monday sprints that anyone was anticipating. So Bethany had gotten 68 pages total tonight, even with everything happening, which I appreciate. I'm too tired to stay up. So good night, everyone. Sending extra love to Landry. Thank you, Bethany. Yeah, I'm sure you're already gone, but thank you so much for being here. Hello, Stormy. I know Stormy joined also. Didn't really know what was happening. Getting up, I'm going to be making myself coffee, probably read my book. Well, I hope you were able to do that, and I hope I didn't confuse you too much once we got back into the chatting bit because you were not here when everything was happening. Like I think for some reason I find it very funny the people who are arriving and didn't know that happened. I'm like, you know what? Bless, good for you. I'm so glad you were not here because that was a time. Margaret, I just finished season 1 of Vox Machina. Oh my gosh. I've never seen that. I've been meaning to though. I had just joined in that last sprint, and my eating has been improved, not ruined. Oh my gosh, ML, you missed. Oh my gosh, you missed so much. But I'm glad that your day has improved by hanging out with us. I do think I need to PNF, pause for now, PFN, The Witchery. I have been trying to listen on audio, and I've never been so unable to pay attention. I think it's the narrator's delivery. It's kind of syncopated and or something interesting. You know what I will say? It's quite funny. I think I've mentioned it. I don't know if I mentioned it on my sprints or elsewhere, but in the woods, the version I have that's like from I think 2007, you can hear him rustling like he's reading through the script, you know, and also once in a while it'll pause and say end of CD insert number here, and I'm like, they just took this CD and ran and digitized it in this way, and I was like, it startled me. It was a lot. Anywho, oh, but Neva, did you end up getting any reading done? I didn't ask you.
Yeah, I made it to chapter. Oh gosh, I made it to chapter 13
Oh,
before
okay.
everything happened. So I made it to chapter 13. I was like 10 minutes into chapter 13 when I realized everything on Discord. So I was like, let me just pause this and go back because I don't know what happened at the beginning of chapter 13. And then Katie sent me a couple of Voxer messages
Oh, yes.
about the housemaid's secret. But then she said that she had popped into the sprint really quick as everything was happening. So I
Mm-hmm.
filled her in on what was going on. And then, like I said, apparently, I was just told that apparently something with the window happened in the
Oh,
front of the house. I don't know. I got scared.
I would too. I'd be
Like,
like,
I
what's
was in
happening?
here and, like, Ari's on the top bunk, and the thing is, like, you get a like, if it's, like, somebody opens a door, like, you get a warning. With
Mm-hmm.
the windows, if you go to open the window, it, like, depending I guess a window got hit or something, and so it the alarm system saw it as a break-in, so it said,
Mm-hmm.
like, "Front window break-in," and then the alarm went off. So I didn't actually there was nothing to hear before the alarm, but, like, the alarm went off, and then my anxiety kicked in, and I couldn't move off the bed because I was
Mm-hmm.
like, "If I open this door, is there gonna be somebody, like, standing outside the door?" You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So my coworker walked through the house. She said that everything is fine. But like the dogs didn't bark or anything. So like I'm not sure. I don't know. It's been
Mm-hmm.
a very eventful night.
Yeah, it's like I think we're all just like on like edge. Like we're just awake and like prepared for anything at this point. But I'm glad that you kind of like were able to decipher that it was a window and maybe just I don't know if it's like is it storming where you are
No,
or
like it's calm outside, so like I don't it's like
yeah.
snowy out, so like I don't know. Like I see somebody suggesting that could have been a bird. It maybe could have been a tree branch, but we don't have
Okay.
very many trees that are close enough to the house for it
Mhm.
to be a tree. I suppose it could be a bird. I don't know what kind of birds are winter birds in Indiana.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. But like yeah, I was just like, okay, cool. Like the whole alarm system is just
Mhm.
going off for no reason. I mean, the police didn't come or anything, like
Mhm.
thank God. But it did wake up the kids in the
Yeah.
house. So
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I mean it would, wouldn't it? It's and then also Shannon, thank you so much. Again, no one has to be doing these super chats, but you all are so kind, and Shannon is another person that I think that we need to highlight more often because you are constantly providing us with thoughtful questions, keeping conversations going and just being here, and so really we appreciate you too. Might ask Leandra's weirdest pickup line. Honestly, I guess I'm lucky that I don't get too many of them. But I do recall a long time ago, I was working for a dealership, like a car dealership, and someone came up and he was doing his best, and I was like, oh, I have to. It was a very old fashioned dealership, so I had to like handwrite the receipts, and I'm like, you're just gonna have to give me time. I'm gonna have to handwrite this receipt, and he's like, oh, I could watch you write all day, and I was like, oh, okay. And I had like a window. It was very funny. I had a window and I was like, oh, okay, sir. And then I signed, here you go, have a good day. And I shut the window. We still could see each other because that's how windows work, but I just proceeded to do other things. And that was my reaction. So yeah, I don't react very well to pickup lines in that form. But yeah, thanks, Shannon. Yeah, so if people in the comments want to let us know what their terrible pickup lines were that they've received, that was mine. I don't know if it's a pickup line, but it was just like a weird thing. It's like I don't know. I don't know if I'd rather him compliment my looks, but my handwriting? I'm like, what are you doing? Very weird. He obviously didn't know what he was doing either, and it was just an uncomfortable experience. So that's where we're at. Where did I go in the comments? Because I wanted to highlight those that were on topic. JL said, I've been watching the Royal Cam in New Zealand, a live stream of the Northern Royal Albatross Colony. They're amazing birds. This year's royal family chick hatched today. I remember they used to do that. They've done that with other, like I remember there was like the birth of a giraffe and a few other like sometimes zoos will do that, but I love that it seems like it's like a wild colony. It might be a conservation, but that's amazing. That's really interesting. I love that. Finished my book and got some books figured out for my favorite TBR. Awesome, Margaret. Also, Margaret was there for me too. I appreciate you. Between this and the Trolls and Mel sprints tonight, I've read a whole 7 pages. What in the world? I'm telling you, there was a time like just this past month, everyone's been talking about how everything's been quiet and that we think that the platforms are getting better about checking on these things. And then it just, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry for Mel. I mean, maybe we can bond over that because that was not fun. But again, thank you, Bree, for doing the good work and like just monitoring all of our platforms because oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Ellie. I really do appreciate you. I don't know how long you'd been here when everything was happening along with ML, but I appreciate you both so much. Thank you. And then Kiwi finished Starling House just now. Lots of love. Thank you. I hope that you enjoyed Starling House. I hope that it was a great experience, nevertheless, with everything happening, and it didn't distract you from a great read. I've seen maybe a dozen, not 800 plus, at the same time. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. I stepped away. Oh my God, Leandra, my heart goes, oh, thank you, Jean. Yeah. No one really deserves it. And it's just a stressful thing. And I think too, the reason why I got emotional too is because I know that some people who are in the Discord, are either like younger too. Like I know that I have some people who are underage there. Not that adults or anyone deserves to see that content, but that really, freaked me out and made me upset for them if they saw anything that they just weren't prepared for. Also, the derogatory comments. I didn't see any of it really, to be honest. A lot of things were being blocked, and I was like blocking blindly. But the stuff I did see, I'm extremely upset for those who have ever experienced those derogatory terms at them at any point in their lives. And that just, I think that's what really, like, it really got me thinking about people who are having fun on a readathon and then they feel that you know, they're being harmed in no way, like not provoked, no need for anything like that, and just not expecting that. And so that really, I didn't want anyone to have like left this experience with like a terrible time, and I think I just got overwhelmed by it. Thinking about their upsetness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Margaret's right. Like I've seen this happen, not in the reading space, but like when I've
Mm.
used Discord in the past, it tends to happen a lot in like gamer Discords, which is how Discord was really used like from the beginning, was for
Mhm.
gamers.
Okay.
You tend to see a lot in gamer Discords because just random people will
Mhm.
join the Discords. I have never seen anything like that happen in the reading space.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've dabbled where I've like seen things like Twitch and that, and I've seen like people be like, "Oh, thanks for the raid," and it's this positive thing, and I'm like, "This is not. This
Yeah.
is a different type of raid," but and that's not what they're getting. But it's just, yeah, it's interesting with the lingo and everything. Yeah, and thank you, Jamie. I'm glad that you didn't think that it ruined the sprints. Honestly, it helped that everyone was so active in letting us know it ASAP, because I think I would have felt even more terrible if we had gone for, I mean, you all would have let us know anyway, but if I had gone, say, like 4 hours and not looked at my phone and not realized what was happening. um I'm still pretty new to the whole booktube community, and you've been so welcoming. Well, thank you. And honestly, it's because I've stood on the shoulders of giants, as they say. When I joined the book community, everyone was so positive and so kind, and so I've just tried to like pass that forward. And so it's very much thanks to like this, we have a good foundation here on booktube. Like it has been a long positive foundation that's just been lovely. So yeah, and I'm glad, Jamie, that you joined us. I need to call it a night as I need to teach class in the morning. Oh my goodness, yes, of course. Thank you for the sprints and for enabling my productivity. I am so glad. I'm so glad that you're being able to be productive even with everything happening. It's nice to see that we have so many bookish knights who can deal with the sorts of, yes, they are knights. They are warriors. We are so, so thankful. Also, Nicole reached out to me during this time to check in. So I really do appreciate you, Nicole, too. And I'm sorry for the sappy voice message on Voxer because we've been talking on Voxer because of the book too, because of the book club. So that's just, yeah. No one that I've heard about this SpongeBob Inquisition. Something that happened on the Amazing Readathon as well. And I don't know what that is, but I'm that's so frustrating that that happens. When in reality we're like the smallest slice of YouTube, and we just want to read books. Oh my goodness. I'm sending hugs back to you, Monica. Sending hugs to all of you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's okay, Kelsey. I'm sorry that you're probably hearing this all on the side and not knowing what happened. It was overwhelming at the time, but everyone's been so nice and patient. So I do appreciate you all for sticking with me. Oh my goodness. And then now Margaret has a question for Jean. And Jean has confirmed. I loved it. That's great. I'm so glad. I read a chapter of The Darling Dahlias and the Voodoo Lily, 2 chapters of Sources of Chinese Tradition, and 40 pages of Thunder on the Right. Oh my goodness, you've been so productive, Jamie. And I love that you've had like all of these books to jump around with. I read 60 some pages and was doing the mama thing. Ah, the mama thing. I'm sure a lot of people, including Neva, can appreciate that. Thank you so much, Flamingo. Another person who I appreciate you all being here so much. I've had enough excitement for the night. Have a better night. Thank you. You as well. Sleep well. I hope you have sweet dreams. I've definitely seen some audiobooks where they forgot to edit the insert. Yeah. I was like, it was especially because there was like this very long pause, and I was like, what's going on? This isn't an end of a chapter. And then his tone changed and said, end of CD one. And I was like, what is going on? And like, I don't know why it startled me, but yeah. And I hadn't gotten into audiobooks until like I was introduced to Libby. Like I wasn't in that phase, so I've never listened to an audiobook on CD. So it really jarred me. I managed 98 pages of bookshops and bone dust today, hoping to get a bit more done before bed. Awesome, Candy. I hope that you continue and enjoy it. Honestly, coziness, a cozy fantasy sounds perfect right now. I got to page 354, which is a lot more than I thought I would get to during the sprint. This was a super productive sprint in my case. Amazing. I'm so glad, Night Garden. Thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, if anything, we can at least say, silver lining, we got a lot of reading done. And if it had been a different way, Neva and I probably would have talked all of your ears off for most of the night. So I guess we can say thanks, crazy people on the internet. Whatever. I got 23 pages read in New Orleans morning, did dishes, and submitted 4 more job applications. Oh my goodness, that is awesome. Like you are sending so many job applications out there. The fish are going to bite soon, I'm hoping. Oh gosh, Neva, so sorry that happened. How unnerving. It really is. Like, especially like when it's late at night, people are going to bed, you're just aware, that it, oh my goodness. Even when you looked up, that scared me. Like there was a moment when you were kind of just checking in to see what was happening, and I was like,
Yeah,
and
because the dog's kennels are on the other side of the wall.
yeah.
And that's what
Mhm,
I
mhm,
heard, because they have, like, a wood slat in between their 2 kennels,
mhm.
because one of the dogs burrowed underneath one,
Oh my goodness.
and I could hear one of the dogs hitting the wood panel on and I was like, "What is that noise?"
Yeah, mhm, yeah, especially if you're not, like, used to it and you're like, "What? I can't explain the sound. What's going on?" Yeah,
Yeah.
no. Well, hopefully no more sounds, no more scary sounds in Neva's home tonight. Definitely have owls in
Yeah,
Indiana,
it could have been an owl. Yeah.
maybe. Oh my goodness. Um, I've got an early flight tomorrow, so I need to take a shower and go to bed. Good night, Bree. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you for being here. I agree. Sleep well. My favorite one is when I worked in the psych ward and some guy asked me for his lawyer's phone number, proceeded to talk about his armed robbery charge, and then asked if I wanted to get dinner. Well,
So
after all of
funny.
that, how could I say no? Uh, what in the world? Try not to worry and hope you have a good sleep tonight. Thank you, Purple Dragonfly. I appreciate you so much. Thanks, guys. I think I will be adding some more mods. Yeah, like it really, and I didn't even think about it, and that's definitely on me. I didn't think about the idea of having mods on Discord. Like I have them on YouTube. And I also think that the only time I added mods was because I also ended up having someone spam at some point. I'm someone who waits for the fire to start before I, make anything fire retardant. Um, for lack of a better metaphor. But yeah, yes, Nicole, I recommend you do that. For every trashy person, there are 100 good ones trying to stop them. I agree. Yes. Like the number of people who've just kind of like who came out in the masses, even those who weren't a part of, obviously part of reading sprints tonight, but they were like in the Discord seeing what was going on. I could see people kind of like reacting and trying to support each other before I even put in the mod. So I really do appreciate that. And then, of course,
Bree took care of it.
oh, okay. I was gonna say, I was like, well, and then I'm
We
gonna
can
ban
we
this next.
Yeah, we
Speaking
can
of,
still see them back here, but by the time that I made it
oh,
back because I have another tab that just has the sprints open in YouTube, and
hmm
by the time I made it back over there, they were gone.
oh my goodness, thank you all. Like, it's just crazy. Oh my goodness, like genuinely, like. And meanwhile, Bree is meant to be going to bed. Thank you for like you all. I just really appreciate you all. It's just, oh my goodness. Like you'd think that they'd be done. You might have to put a limit on who can write in the chat until all this goes away. I
So
know.
here's what I did on mine, and I still haven't
Yeah.
changed it. I did this when the spam apocalypse happened last summer.
Mhm.
I just make it so that you have to be subscribed to my channel for 5 minutes, because
Mhm.
their bots are not going to subscribe, and if they do, it's a lot easier to weed them out.
Mhm.
What
I'm gonna
like
have to change that
because
then, yeah.
if they take the time to actually subscribe to the channel in order to comment in a live stream, it's much easier to weed them out.
Mhm. Okay, that's a good point. I might have to do that because I think it's also, if we're gonna be honest, my naivete of having not had I honestly, before TBRathon, I've never had this many people watching on sprints and things, and so I think that I never thought that I would be a channel who needed to worry about that, and I think honestly that's just not to suggest that any number of subscribers or people in the comments means that you're more susceptible or not, but just didn't come to my mind, and because I've like TBRathon has become so much more popular than I anticipated, I think I need to be more prepared. So yeah, thank you, Chris, and thank you, Neva. I'm gonna have to unfortunately make that change. I think that makes sense. Ban them. They can't come back, not unless they change accounts. Okay, thank you for I appreciate it. I remember getting audiobooks on cassette tape as a kid. CDs were a step back, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't know. I think, well, I ended up growing up in a house where we didn't read too many books. And I don't think we really engaged with entertainment that way. And then now, like, I can't remember the last time I listened to like a CD player, the good old Walkman. So I like my library where I work, we still like people still borrow our audiobooks on CD. But it's something I ever had. That's how my family got started with audiobooks. Oh my goodness. Yeah. And cassettes, then discs. Awesome. We've done 3 times more reading than we did the last time I saw Neva. Not bad for a Monday night. Yeah. There you go. Not guaranteed that this will happen any other time, but you can say that one time you were on sprints with Neva, we did more reading than talking. We'll put that in the record books. Me too. I remember buying the HP ones. They had so many tapes. Yeah, in one book.
Yeah, that's especially once you got into like the 4th and 5th books.
I bet that's
There were just so many.
Mm-hmm. And the pain of trying to rip all those CDs to get the files into iTunes and then to put on your iPod. Oh my gosh, that is too funny. Yeah. Let's see here. I did it 1 or 2 discs at a time. And the days. Yep. We need to get you a Nightbot. Apparently, I think I slacked off Nightbot way too like like not long ago. I was like, oh, Nightbot, blah blah blah, and I'm like, oh my gosh, is Nightbot my savior? Is this an enemies to lovers kind of romance going on here? Because Nightbot and I were not having it, but maybe I need them. Subscriber limited chat may be wise. Also, a lot of the regulars on the sprints may be happy to help moderate. That's true. I think I need to be better about like asking people if they want to moderate, and
So,
then
to be
yeah.
honest with you, I've never asked anybody if they want to moderate. I
Mm-hmm.
basically make anybody that usually shows up with me on camera.
Mm-hmm.
After they've shown up with me on camera more than twice, I make them mods. The
Mm-hmm.
exception to this, which I actually think I need to go in and make Katie a mod, the exception to this I found is if they plan on doing 24-hour sprints at any point, because then I don't have to worry about it every 24-hour sprint, like who
Mm-hmm.
is modded, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But like if I do like a readathon with them, like they're on my team for a readathon, I make them a mod. Like basically there's no criteria to be a mod on
Mm-hmm.
my channel other than if you're an asshole, and then I'm not going to make you one. But if they sprint with me regularly, or we've done a readathon where we've had to sprint more than twice, then I
Mm-hmm.
make them a mod.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's good to know. And I know at one point I quickly made a few people mods, but I feel like you almost need an army. Like this is oh my goodness. So yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. I think I'm going to do that. And again, thank you for the kind words. Like honestly, everyone here right now in the chat, or like and also who were here earlier, are also just good people in general. Like you are so nice. And I know that like me harping about this like crazy thing was not an expectation, but I like it's a learning curve for sure, and I'm glad that you all have been here for me while I've been figuring out just how prepared we have got to be when we are on the internet. When you're doing stuff on the internet, I suppose that's media literacy, right? That's something that honestly probably should be taught way more often than it usually is. I've seen it enough in other places, and I've started just building that stuff in to get it go. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then Jean, thank you so much. Another person who's just like you all have just been so kind tonight, and I'm I'm sorry that me crying and having an issue has like made you all feel as though you need to like support me in this way, but I do appreciate you so much. Genuinely, I can't express it enough. So thank you, Jean. Yeah, you're another pivotal part of this community so much. You're one of the first people that I met when we were doing sprints and things, so thank you so much. I had an audiobook where an older woman was the narrator. You could hear her dentures clicking. Oh my goodness, the poor thing. The whole time, very distracting. Yeah, it would be really distracting. Oh no, and you'd think that the publisher would kind of be like, hey, we need to figure this out. Something's going on. I think most of my Patreon is a mod on my channel. Oh yeah, and any amazing Readathon Discord mods are also YouTube mods for me. Yeah, I think that just consistency and like expanding the community as far as like those who can kind of like do it, because not everyone's online at the same time. Like that's a really good point of saying, hey, you know what, like just covering your bases. Neva, we probably need to make a note for this for 24-hour sprints. Keep Discord links out of the description. Yeah.
I'm probably just gonna remove. To be honest, I'm probably just gonna, because I have. Yes, I'm okay, Ari. Go to sleep. Because Brie, I have my description typed out in Todoist from when you sent me that, and I set it all up. So I think what I'll do is I will make a separate thing that has all my Discord links in it, and just not put Discord links in any of the live streams. Like you'll have to go find Discord links somewhere else. Like I'll put them like in my Instagram bio, and I'll put them like in individual videos. But I think I'm probably just gonna leave Discord links off of all live streams, at least for now.
Yeah. And then I know that in response to that, there are some comments and I'll get to those, but Margaret says, yeah, like, or make them limited, add a Nightbot command for the Discord so people can get it to them, get it themselves.
I'm not gonna lie, because I do a lot of my YouTube stuff from my iPad. I don't really use, my laptop is old and it's a piece of crap, so I don't really do anything except stream from my iPad. But if you have, I mean, from my computer, I was able to download like a Discord bot app. So I'm gonna play with this and see what it does. It's just called Bots for Discord. And I was reading, like, I text my brother because he runs a Discord server for gaming, and he said that he also uses this app. So I went ahead and I downloaded this app. I'm gonna play with it and see what it does, and I'm just gonna add bots, I guess, to everything at this point, because I have to still set up the Patreon Discord, and then we have the Bessie's Book Club Discord, of course, too. So I mean, you can't be too safe, I guess. Like, it's just so crazy.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And they just were going so quickly. And then you saw them in YouTube and in Discord, and it was just like, oh my gosh, they're coming at us like from everywhere. And yeah, I don't even, if I'm going to be honest, I'm going to have to look into even like how Nightbot works, because I've never, like, I don't even know how you'd install it or do it. So I'll be looking into that and asking for help, trying to figure that out. And then Nikki was so kind, saying, I know I'm new here, but you can make me a mod. I'd love to help you. I really appreciate you, Nikki. And I'll be sure to add you as a mod. So thank you so much. Yeah, you've been so supportive and so kind. And so thank you for taking up the sword to defend this channel and elsewhere. I haven't been a mod anywhere for years, but I remember being one for late nights on the Kilauea volcano watch sites during that big eruption in 2018, and I might have pronounced that incorrectly, but wow. So even for those I mean, I guess it makes sense that they just see anything that has a big audience and they're like, let me ruin it. But yeah, Carlbot is my favorite for Discord. It's user friendly. Okay, that's good to know. And I know that I've seen people use Carlbot, so that makes sense. I've never been a mod, but I would be happy to learn and help if you need or want it. Thank you, Michaela. Thank you so much. Yeah, Nikki and Michaela, I'll definitely make you guys mods. I just have to like, I've done it before, and I know I can do it very easily, like on my phone or like when I'm on YouTube. So I'll make sure to do that. It looks like we need a behind the scenes meetup. Yes. Can we have like a what do you call it, like Skillshare, like can someone do a master course like a master class, because clearly, like, oh my goodness. So Vanessa uses bots. She might be able to help you. Yeah. And I did notice, so Vanessa was using Nightbot, and then I think Nell might have noticed that, because I saw Nell was using Nightbot as well. So yeah, it makes sense. It's around the time like a lot of people are putting those in, and obviously for good reason. I have a science degree, and volcano watch chats bring out tons of trolls and misinformation that can be dangerous. I believe it. Oh my goodness. And it's so frustrating when you're trying to like educate people or prepare them for things. I'm in some music servers that have Carlbot, and you can see Carl removing the trashy spammers in real time. It's so satisfying. Yeah. That is great. That is definitely I'm gonna be looking into this in the next 24 hours, at least while I'm trying to figure out, like, the invite link and stuff, because if we're being honest, like I said earlier, I don't really know if I want anyone else to join unless someone really genuinely, like, discovers it and wants to join us in, like, the last week, but I feel like we're all kind of those who are in the Discord are in it, and we're
You
good.
can also you could also keep promoting. You could also promote TBRathon, right? Because I mean, it
Mhm,
ends in January anyway. So anybody that's going to do it this round has already done it. So for next
mm,
year, if you decide to do it again, you could,
mhm,
or whenever you decide to do it again, you could promote it and just say, like, if you're wanting to join, let me know. Like, reach out to me
mm,
via Discord because people can send you. I mean, I'm sure that anybody that would want to join are probably in other Discord servers with you.
mhm,
Um, but or you could have a list of the people that you know are going to participate, like me, Nicole, Bree, Margaret, Brittany, and we could
mhm.
all just be in charge of, like, if somebody reaches out to us via Discord or Instagram, then we can just send them a link individually.
Okay.
That way,
Yeah.
you're not just posting the link. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah, because it's clearly like this is just posting the link is not safe. The Ukraine webcam watch sites also use slow mode when trolls pop up to make it easier to keep up. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I think the way Rainy does it is when you sign up, she has to email you the Discord. Oh, you know what? And I did see that there's like there is some automatic mods where you can say like it's like low or high intensity, and like one of them is like you need to have a real email and you need to have other, like so I could always install that too. I was of course being naive thinking, "Oh, I don't want to force someone to give this
I think
information." And it's like you have to these days. Yeah.
I think that's what we all do though, because I
Mhm.
mean, you anybody can join the Bessie's book club right now.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And we all promote our, especially like our with like our Patreon specific discords. It's
Mhm.
different because you can't get that link unless you join the Discord at whatever, or at the Patreon at whatever
Mm.
tier we've set for Discord access. But when I think as reading people, when we open up Discord servers that are meant for our friends and subscribers to be in them, we want everybody to have easy access
Mm.
to the Discord. Um, because even in like setting up Patreon, like moving things from membership to Patreon and stuff like that, I've had some requests from people for certain things that make me want to be like, okay, yeah, I could do this, but then it would have to be like in like newsletter format because like I'm
Mhm.
not, like a lot of people want like life updates, right? Like full life. I mean, I give my own, but I don't tend
Mhm.
to give like huge life updates like on Ari, and I'm not really willing to do that in like a public
Yeah.
forum. So it would have to be like, yeah, you can get those, but you have to join the Patreon to get
Mhm.
it. Like all of the Ari content. I mean, obviously she pops into live streams and says hi or whatever. That's not what I mean.
Mhm.
But any kind of like videos or live streams where she would be on for an extended period of time will all be behind a paywall. And I know that there were some people that were upset about that when I first opened the memberships, but I was like, it's not safe out here.
Yeah, no, and it's honestly, it's almost like it's silly that you almost have to explain that, like, but no, yeah, I fully respect that decision, and I think that that's smart, and it's like, yeah, like, and it's not to suggest that those who are paying members are like, "Oh, I'll immediately trust them," but it's like, there's a level of protection in being like, there's a few steps you gotta take before you have access to this kind of personal information. So Margaret says that can get really task intensive. The better option is to have the link expire and have mod set up to ban and block. Yeah, like I no, the thing is what's so funny is I saw issues when people were having like expired links and being like, "Oh no," and I was like, "I'll just make my link forever available." And it's like, no, 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 that's also not good. So you're right. I think the the smallest hassle or like the better safety procedure is to have the link be like have an expiration. So that I 100% agree with that. That makes sense. There's also a way to set up an entry page that has an extra step to get into the Discord. We did that with Avengers. Shit in the scale is real. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, this was like to this scale, it was crazy. I felt like very silly for not having known that this could happen to this scale, and it makes me feel better that again, like no one else was prepared for that kind of scale. But it just, I dread building Dewey's readathon up to anything near what it used to be because dealing with trolls on social media is so contrary to having a welcoming bookish community. Yeah, it's oh my goodness. And you don't want someone like maybe this was their first readathon, their first experience kind of joining the book community, and they see all of this. And I would hate to know that that like caused them to not want to like try to do this type of stuff again and like make friends. Yeah, when I rebuild the Amazing Readathon Discord, I'm definitely making it so you have to have an email address and click through something so the bots can't do anything on their own. Yeah. Oh my gosh, the more you know. My kids are grown and they are still behind a paywall. Yeah, I like totally makes sense, Nicole. You shouldn't cater to people who want to cross your boundaries. If they want that content, they have to pay for it. Yes, Bree, I fully agree. And also, Bree, thanks for staying with us. I know that you have an early flight tomorrow, though. But I think it's very like funny that you're continuing to like give us support and give us recommendations of everything, even though you like you have to go to bed. Um, Reads with Rachel had a troll access her Patreon to harass her, but that was targeted. Oh my goodness. It's just, you just feel so badly because I'm sure that like times like that, you just don't know what to do. And you're like, I've literally done everything I can. And you'll understand that that's also why people, not that this is one instance, I'm not doing this, but like you understand why some people choose to stop being on the internet, stop, posting to YouTube and doing other things. I saw, solar system. I'm not sure if they're still in the comments, but they were talking about in the general chat that they were having issues with like harassment on their booktube. And I just, oh my, and it made them feel as though they couldn't, like, they didn't really want there was the point of them editing their next vlog and posting, and it's really disheartening because the last thing we want is people to think that this is okay in our community. It's not. But oh my goodness, I've had links be available forever with no issues. Yeah, it's just oh my gosh, I think it's just a spike, like for whatever reason. Because like I said, it's been like pretty quiet, at least to my knowledge, for like quite some time. And then suddenly this happened. That's why I think it really took me off guard. Yeah, I've never seen so many attacks like tonight, both in your Discord and on Mel Sprints. Yeah, like yeah. So Brie was talking about Mel Sprints too, and oh my goodness, poor Mel. I'm sure she was more prepared than I was, though. It was a person commanding bots. It was moving too fast to not be a bot actually posting. Yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, like I was seeing it go crazy. They were definitely using bots or code to spam. Goodness. Dewey's has our next event in April. So I have till mid-March to make sure our Discord is yes. Honestly, Jamie, I mean, if anything, silver lining, you are more prepared to prevent this from happening on yours. And I hope it doesn't. I hope that you are over prepared and nothing happens because it's not fun either way. There's too much drama. I couldn't put the phone down. I know it's crazy. It's like, what's going on? And like everyone's throwing out really great tips, which I really appreciate. Hello, Precious. I'm reading for an essay, Pride and Prejudice. I am also reading the Bible. I am so sorry. We're done for the evening. It is past midnight for me here. And yeah, Neva's like, yeah, it is late. So I'm really sorry. You missed the craziest reading sprints ever. But I hope that you find some elsewhere. I wish you luck with Pride and Prejudice. I'm sure you're kind of stressing because it's for an essay. And yes, yes, all the drama, all the chat. I agree, Margaret. I'm just, it's making me laugh. I mean, I left a Facebook group today because it got hacked, but the mods weren't doing anything. Yeah, see, that's oh my goodness. See, that's the stress. And that's why, and I oh my goodness, I really appreciate all of you being like, hey Leandra, get mods, get mods. And I was like, okay, I'm going. And then I just, oh my goodness, I cannot express how appreciative I am that not only were you all notifying me that this was happening, but you came with like directions. You're like, do these things, like break up the invite link, do all this stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah. and everyone who suddenly became a mod immediately started doing everything, and I can't express how grateful I am. This is an outlier, Leandra. You got unlucky and got on the wrong person's feed. You didn't do anything. Oh my gosh, thanks, Margaret. Very much prepared for next time. And honestly, if it helps other people who are either thinking about setting up readathons, doing ones again, doing that, like knowing that this level of, it sounds dramatic to say an attack, but this level of something could happen, then and the others are prepared for it, then honestly, I'm glad that we can at least learn from it. It can really happen to anyone. It's not your fault. Yeah, it's just you'd think, like with all this stuff, you're like, you think of everything and then no, you don't, you never do. Yeah, there was like spamming from bots, and they attacked the Discord for the readathon that I'm hosting, and then also for like YouTube, there were a few of them, and it was a very overwhelming experience for a lot of people, but everyone kind of rallied to like support. Yeah. So it was a time. FB mods never do anything. As I say, Nicole probably knows of this too. And then, so I was going to call my followers, subscribers, my swans, and someone told me to not call them that. And they'd unsub to my channel, and how would anyone take me seriously on AuthorTube? And I should, oh my God, well, I'm going to wait on your second comment, but because I know it's one of two. But Nikki, honestly, I'm sorry that someone told you that how you should work with your own channel. That's not fair, and that's not their place. They can give you suggestions, but to say that they aren't going to like they're going to unsubscribe, then they probably aren't the type of person that you want in your channel anyway. And I think Bree was continuing, a lot of people have nicknames on there, of course, exactly. I was gonna say, yeah, so like so many people say, like, I don't know, like have their own little intros, and then they like talk about their subscribers with certain names, and we see it in fandoms all the time. So yeah, I agree. I would happily be a swan. And also, it's so cute with your last name. It makes sense. Yeah, so if you want to start doing that, if they prevented you from doing it, then honestly, like, only if you want to do it, we support you in starting to call your subscribers swans, because I think that's very sweet. And also, they're tough. Swans are beautiful, and they also are things not to mess with. So I don't know. That's a strong name, and I would wear it with honor. It's a shame they weren't inspired to pick up a new hobby, reading. Oh my goodness, if only. Can you imagine bringing the bots and the spammers to the good side and being like, pick up a book? Like, stop doing that, if only. Wouldn't that be such a great story? Are we able to report the channel involved? Would that get them taken down? I honestly don't know enough about it. I know Bree's continuing. I reported it, so it should send a report to YouTube, but it probably won't do anything. Yeah, because if we're being honest, like, I feel like sometimes sites like YouTube and other social media platforms like to think it's like self-sufficient, that they don't have to like have anyone on site to figure this out and see what's going on. And so they're thinking that things will be monitored with AI, and it doesn't work, because people are also creating AI to beat that and just fix it. And yeah, like, and the whole idea of like, oh, it's not on us, it's our users doing things. And it's like, yes, but you have a responsibility for like what you're exposing your users to. Basically give up because I wasn't, and this is Nikki's continued message. If I want to publish any of my books, and I should give up if I want. Oh my goodness, Nikki, no, I'm so sorry that you were told this and that they made you feel this way and everything like that. No, that's people who say things to you like that. They're not your supporters either way. And I know that doesn't help anything, but I'm so sorry. I will be your swan. I will happily be your swan. Swans are vicious, but yeah, my cousin was attacked while feeding swans when they were good. Yeah, exactly. Like, they are tough cookies. Nobody messes with us swans, okay? You can report specific comments, but you can't report an entire channel, like on Twitter. Yeah, that's crazy. Because you would think that they're users. You should be able to also report channels, I guess. But I guess that could also be double-edged sword, because people, oh my goodness, it's annoying. We just wish people could be good people, you know? Swans are serious creatures. They are. There's hundreds of thousands of accounts that spam streams. It's kind of, yeah, and it's like there's no cluster cuss. I like that. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's an uphill battle because they'll just keep creating new accounts and there's just, oh my goodness. But you name your users whatever you want and nobody should influence. Exactly. I agree. Swans are better, yeah, and badass at the same time. I agree, Thag, exactly. Fantastic, Mr. Box reference. Is that what that is? Oh my goodness, I didn't even realize. That's so fun. I just love that cluster cuss. I could be a swan. Yes, Christina, you could be a swan. We all could be swans. Being a swan would be exactly. I'd be like, yes, I'm gorgeous and elegant, and I could mess you up if you look at me the wrong way. Block that person. Yes, good. I'm glad you did because honestly, we don't need anything like them. I love that by the end of the night, we're talking about like swans and geese. Swans are geese with long necks. Oh my goodness. Do they have geese teeth? Oh, you know what this makes me think of? Rugrats. I don't know, Thag, if that's what you were thinking, but there's like a Rugrats, wasn't it like a Rugrats episode where a goose got grandpa's teeth and it started chasing them? I will have to Google that, but they're territorial in the same way. Okay, now I really have to go. Yes, yes. Now the drama's done. The
Good
the
night,
talk,
Bree.
the dish is done. Now we're just talking about geese and swans. So I think you're good, Brie. I hope you have really safe travels. And I hope that you don't have too much craziness for like traveling for work because that can be that way. I hope Leandra and Neva have a fantastic night on Tuesday. You too, Chris. A shout out once again to the moderator. Yes, shout out to all of the moderators. Thank you, Chris, for just being super supportive all the time and not letting the craziness get you down. They do indeed have geese teeth. Oh my gosh. I mean, I remember that. Yes, the episode, the swan. Yes, honestly, such a good episode. Maybe I should be watching some Rugrats as like a comfort watch one day, like this week at some point.
I watch Hey Arnold as a comfort
Oh,
watch.
yeah, like honestly, I think I gotta go down one of those rabbit holes. That sounds lovely with football head. February TBR figured out. Yes, awesome, Margaret.
Oh,
Doing that while
I
chatting
do
with
have,
us.
I do
Mm,
have mine figured out. I'm just gonna make it into a video,
mhm.
which is why I haven't told anybody what it is.
Ooh,
Like, I'm
that
not very like I. Here's the thing: will I actually stick to this TBR? Who knows? Because I'm
mhm,
not good with TBRs. So,
mhm.
like, I know what the prompts are. The prompts will be fulfilled.
Yeah, yeah,
Whether
exactly.
they will be the books that I talk about in this TBR video next week, who
Yeah.
knows?
I know. They're hopefuls. TBR hopefuls is what they are. Be well all, be safe. Looking forward to weekend sprints. Yes. I know. Oh my goodness. I promise that I'm not gonna let this scare me into not hosting weekend sprints this weekend. But it's gonna be a time we're gonna have to be calm and chill. So thank you. I also need to go to bed. I hope you have a good night. We love you, Leandra. I love you too, Michaela. Thank you so much. And also thank you again for like saying that you would be willing to be a mod on the YouTube channel. I really appreciate it. As with Nikki too. Whoever Linz is in the chat, thank you for subscribing. Oh, Linz. Yeah, Linz is so amazing. Yeah, of course. That's does not surprise me. And no, Christina, I'm not doing any more sprints tonight. I think we've been evented out. This has been quite an event. And honestly, we've gone longer than I planned. Even it's 5.5 hours. I was like, well, we're gonna go for 4 hours, maybe longer, and it's like we've definitely gone for longer. So yeah, no more sprints tonight though. No, I'm referencing the toothy ridges they have on their beaks and the sharp teeth they have, and I didn't realize that was a thing. Oh my gosh,
That's
don't look at me.
terrifying.
Yeah, oh, gosh. To keep it book related, you, Coda, and Nicole have convinced me to read In the Woods. You three are bad. Oh my gosh, Chris. Good. And it's a book to talk about. Like so much has happened, like ups and downs, where like Nicole has been sending me stuff and I've been like sending stuff to Voxer too. And it's like just wait, Chris. I'm really glad I'm reading it. I'm getting frustrated with our main character for different reasons in like a good way where I'm just like, gosh, because it's like an intense mystery. Just know that it is dark. It does get dark and gritty for sure, but I know that you'd be prepared for that. LOL, I'm trying to read down my TBR, so I've got options. You can do it. Yes, I love it. That's what I'm trying to do too. That just gives incentive for people to watch the wrap ups, Neva. Exactly. Will the wrap ups match the TBR? I don't know. Uh, yeah, exactly. Like, stay tuned next time for the wrap up. That's actually that's a great point. I think I am heading to bed soon, but I will leave you on TV for watch time. And my cat, she loves late night sprints. Oh my gosh, I wish I could just hug your cat. I just hit my library's hold limit. Oh my gosh, say it ain't so. But as you said, you've gotten in, so they might be chill with you. I will be up late this weekend. Am a serious night owl, so I am available to help moderate if needed on any sprints pop. Thank you, Jamie. I really do appreciate it. I'll be like those who've volunteered. I'll make sure to like write your names down so that I can add you as mods because honestly, that's so kind of you. My physical library. Oh my gosh, I just hit my physical library hold limit. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the sprints, Leandra and Neva. We love you and appreciate all of you putting yourself. Yeah, we do our best, and it helps that everyone has like been so nice about it and so patient and just kind. So, other than that, I promise I won't be as mushy as I've been tonight, just with the ups and downs and everything like that. But for those who are still here, a final applause to Neva for being my co-captain on this crazy ship. Because oh my goodness, I don't know how I would have been able to handle this by myself. So yeah, this is a computer, so I cannot try to like my librarians. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't do that. That's true. Yeah. So Neva, thanks for being here with me. I really do appreciate it. I can't think of a better person who can just like who could have handled this.
Listen,
So yeah, thank
I
you so
was
much.
like, "Oh, this is happening. All right.
Yeah. Yes, it
Cool, cool,
was. It
cool."
happened for sure. And thank you all in the comments. I know that we are small in number at this point compared to how we were for most of the night, but I really do appreciate you, and I appreciate everyone else who was here and who had to go to bed because, you got to take care of yourselves too. I hope everyone has a lovely evening or day, or rest of your week. And if you can, feel free to join me for weekend sprints. I'll make sure to have us all armed and ready in case something happens like this, and we will be prepared. Yeah, this was a learning curve for us all, I think for sure. Yeah, of course. Thanks, Jamie. Could I read without them? Honestly, same. I don't think I read barely anything these days without reading sprints either on my channel or others. We need them. We literally need sprints to like get us reading now. We're addicted. But okay. So again, if you are here in the comments and you have not subscribed to Neva, make sure that you do. Good night, Nicole. Thanks for being here so much. Yeah. I think most of us here know exactly who Neva is and have already subscribed, but I feel like I need to do my due diligence. Oh my goodness. Yes, Margaret, thank you so much for saying this. For those of you who are just like ready to keep on sprinting, Margaret has sprints at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time. I'll make sure to post the link or at least remind people. And Margaret, please feel free to also say, like, hey, sprinting in 15 minutes in the general chat just to make sure people know. Because, yes. We've got sprints going on Tuesday and all the jazz. And yeah, so we got to be there to support Margaret because Margaret has been doing all the good work for us tonight and like helping out where she can. So thank you so much, Margaret. Okay. On that note, now that everyone has known to also go to Margaret's channel and hit notify me, we're going to say goodnight. Have a good one, guys. Bye.